Huh? Oh wait, no, it looks like we're back. It looks like we're back. It looks like we're back. I do need to solve the problem of my headphones though, because I don't know why there's no noise coming out of that. Because I mean, I know you guys are hearing it. I'm not hearing anything. You guys are hearing something. You guys are hearing something. Let me mess with the Bluetooth settings. Hold on. The music might stop. The music might stop. Let me reconnect with the Eggy buds. Oh, okay, there it is. There it is. There we go. I'm just gonna turn down the volume on my end. Alright. Oh wait, no, but now you guys don't hear it. Why is nothing working? I set this up before. Did it just, like, undo everything I set up? There we go. Okay. No more nonsense. No more nonsense. No more nonsense. Sometimes OBS plays a prank where it randomly changes the mic source. Yeah, mine would do that too. It's like the default. It automatically just switches it to default, and if you don't have your mic, like the mic that you want to use set as your default, just like nothing happens. It's very weird. Very odd, very strange and unusual. But that explains why nobody was replying to what I was saying. That explains why I said hi and nobody said hi back. You can hear me. You can hear me. Yes, microphone messed up. Yeah. Hate my microphone. Well, no, actually, I like my microphone. It's the computer. The microphone didn't do anything wrong. Michael is fine. Michael's fine. It's the computer. But yes, good morning to Panis, and to Hickory, and to Devons, and to Jake, and to Uphill, and to Gin and Juice, and to Fake Raid, and to Flea Flicker, and to Edriofer, and to... yeah, that's it. I made a Mahjong questionnaire. Let me know if you'd like to take it. Maybe not right now. Whenever I plug in my controller, my PC puts all audio in and output on the controller. Does the controller even have a mic, or does it have a mic or a speaker? Because if it like doesn't have at least one of those things, I feel like that makes no sense. Please call me Sophie. Okay, hello Sophie. Oh, and also hello to Cinderathalos on YouTube. There we go. There we go. I am a whack. I am a whack. I told you I accidentally said microwave while calling my landlord the other day. Yes, as you should. As you should. You should be telling your landlord about your broken microwave. The microwave. Go cozy mode? Okay. Cozy. Yeah, I had a whacking. Hi Eggy, hello Cherry Danish. A whacking today was like... Okay, so I remember like last week when I was complaining that it is difficult to get out of bed. I did the thing where someone had recommended like, oh, you should put your alarm clock further away from your bed so that you have to actually physically get out of bed to go turn it off. So I tried that. And then I remembered why I don't do that. So the first thing is that my alarm clock is one of those ones that has like a bright light that shines in your face, which is why I would keep it directly next to my bed. But also just like, you cannot underestimate my desire to not be a whack. Like this morning, like my alarm clock went off, I got out of bed. I physically got out of bed to go and turn it off. So I set it to snooze, and then I got back into bed. It turns out that like if I want to go back to sleep, there might just not be any stopping me. I might just be too sleepy. Egg, yeah, that's what I looked like. That's what I looked like. You're always wearing pajamas, that's why you're so slippy. Well, sorry for, like, not being in clothes when I wake up. I apologize. I apologize for wearing sleeping clothes when I'm sleeping in my sleeping bed. Came yesterday, he's like, I'm here to fix Michael with a smirk, you dirty son of an egg. Good! Good! He's in on the joke, then. The Michael wave. So, did he fix Michael? Is your Michael wave working now? But yeah. I'll probably move my alarm clock back to where it was before, since evidently physically getting out of bed does not do anything for me. Hopefully when I go to visit my parents, like, that'll be next week, I guess. Hopefully that will fix some things. Hopefully that will fix some of me. You know? Hopefully, because, like, whenever I go to my parents, I feel like my sleep schedule, like, not resets itself, but it puts itself back in a normal place. Because, like, here I'm in a basement, and there I am on the 3rd floor with a big window, so I feel like whenever I go there, I guess because when I awake, the sun is shining right in my face. Like, I don't have any trouble getting out of bed there. But here... I just know the snooze button is pure evil and I never use it. I think this alarm clock is also very deviously designed because the snooze button is bigger than any of the other buttons. Like, the snooze button is like this giant button on the top. And all the other buttons, like, I have to, like, squint and read the text on the buttons to figure out which is the one that turns off the alarm. Like... yeah. That's how it's designed. It's designed that the snooze button is a big button that you thwack. And then everything else is like, huh? Huh? Can't wait to go to Michael time, see some nice Michael dress. Okay, well now you're stretching it. Now you're stretching it. I feel like Michael can still only stand in as, like, a substitute for the word micro. So, like, microwave, microphone, microscope, you know, Michael SD card, Michael biology, Michael economics. None of it makes sense? No. Why is the snooze button the slap button and the off button tiny? I mean, I guess the idea is that if you're sleepy when you wake up, then you just, like, hit it, right? You're just gonna, like, indiscriminately, like, hit the alarm. And I guess if you're sleepy, then you're liable to fall back asleep. So, I guess that means that that's why it has to be the snooze button, that, you know, so that you at least wake up later. Michael's economics drove Joanne out of business. Microsoft. Yeah, see, you got it. You got it. Microsoft. I've never wanted to snooze an alarm. Here's the thing, I never snoozed alarms until, like, last year. I think that was the first time I would ever snooze alarms. And now I can't stop. I can't stop. I've ruined everything. I used to just whack and be like, well, I guess I'm a whack now. But now I know that there's, like, a second way where I can get 10 more minutes of sleep. If you're sleepy when waking up, sleep more and set your alarm later. Well, I don't know, because, like, I don't even know what my natural wake-up time is. Because I feel like there's been days lately where I, like, wake up at, like, 9 a.m. and then I go back to sleep, and then I wake up again, and it's almost noon, and I'm like, okay, now I feel ready to get out of bed. And I know that's bad. That is bad, and it's not good. But, I don't know, I think I've talked about this before, but I guess if it's your first time here, my bedroom is in the basement. I have a window, but it's not an especially big one, and it's not one at an angle that gets a ton of light. So, like I said earlier, like, when I go to visit my parents, I'm in a room, like, I sleep in a room with a much bigger window, so I'm able to wake up more easily just because there's so much light coming in. But here, like, I think I took a picture, I have a picture, I can't post it, but I have a picture I took of my room at some point earlier this year. That was what made me realize I think I needed a different alarm clock, because I was like, so... It was like a picture taken at like 2 in the afternoon on like a sunny day when there was snow on the ground. So there was like lots and lots of light outside, right? and my room is still insanely dark. It's like still super dark. How is the snooze button going to affect the egg deployment when it starts? That's what I'm scared of! That's what I'm scared of. I'm gonna have to set my alarm like really early. Cause I mean, it's not like there hasn't been times when I have to wake up early in the last few months, right? Like, there's been various, you know, appointments and things that need to get done earlier. Then we had another technician come because our phone broke. We had another technician come yesterday, so I had to wake up a bit earlier for that because it said he would be there between like 8 and noon. So I had to wake up early for that too. I always have multiple alarms on my phone. Well, that's pretty much just what, like, doing things in snooze. That's just snooze. I guess it's also easier to get out of bed when there's, like, something at stake. Like, you know, it's like, I need to be on time for work, otherwise I will be fired. So, I have to get out of bed. So I guess maybe if there's something at stake, it makes it easier. Cause like, here's the other thing, maybe this is just like eternal burnout for like waking up at 5:30 a.m. and like dragging myself out of bed and getting ready in like half an hour for like almost a year, for like 9 months straight. Cause like, that's what I was doing when I was working last year. Cause like the bus comes at, well, I'd have to leave the house at 6:20 to get on the bus at like 6:45. So it was like, okay, I'd wake up, it would be like 5:30, and it'd take me a while to get out of bed. But usually by the time I get out of bed, it would be like 30 minutes before I have to go. So essentially I was like, I wouldn't eat breakfast until I got to work. If I wore makeup, I would do it on the bus. And yeah, I was essentially just like rolling out of bed, getting dressed, brushing my hair, brushing my teeth, maybe washing my face. I can't even say I did skincare because like at some point I felt like I didn't have time to like wash my face. I would literally just like throw water at my face. And like that's all I had time to do. And then yeah. So then yeah, I would just like, and like I looked very disheveled after some time of doing this. But now I feel like I'm the opposite, where I'm just like, I cannot get out of bed earlier than like 8. And when I do, I take forever. At least hopefully this time, like this job will let me like, because I think it's a shorter commute, so this time I should be able to like, you know, actually eat breakfast at home in my house instead of trying to, you know, go eat it at work. I have to whack earlier when my new eggplant deployment starts in November. Oh, me too! We're both November eggployment. Yeah. I had one job where I woke up at 5, left at 6, got there at 7, got home at 6 p.m. Yeah, well, that was me, because, like, it was like, okay. For me, it was like, okay. I would wake up 5:30, leave the house 6:20, get to work, usually sometime around 8. Then I would work until 4:30. I would leave at 4:30. And I would get home anytime between like 6:30 and 7:30, depending on like, you know, traffic and such. So yeah, that was my Eggy working. Hello, random moose brains. Good morning. Least favorite job was 4 a.m. to noon, but there was paperwork and duplicate, so I rarely left before 1 p.m. Oof. 4 a.m.? What could you... Well, I'm trying to think, I'm like, what could you possibly need to be doing at 4 a.m.? But I'm like, no, there's many things one could be doing at 4 a.m. But, yeah, no, at least my job that is upcoming will have, like, normal hours. Because it's like, again, it's seasonal, but it's like retail, sort of, retail adjacent, which means that you know, we're complying with normal business hours of stuff, so I'm probably not going to be having to be there any earlier than, like, 9 that much, and I probably wouldn't be staying any later than 9 p.m. or 10, depending on, like, what the holiday hours are. So, yeah. It was a private ambulance service, mostly get peeps to dialysis at 5 a.m. They schedule medical appointments at 5 a.m.? I mean, I know that, like, it's probably stuff that, like, you don't necessarily need to be, like, super awake for, but... I don't know. I just think if my doctor booked me for an appointment at 5 a.m., I would reconsider. I would ask them to reconsider. Wealthy truly has an emote for every occasion. Yeah. Driving. Ballin'. Yeah, dialysis is a plug into a port and sit for a couple hours. That's what I'm saying. Like, technically, I imagine you could probably take a nap. Like, if you're just sitting there for a few hours, you could probably, like, take a nap. But I'm still just like...
Remember to EGGY Kuru Kuru für le moment of your life.
Hello, Faye. Hello, Faye. Good morning. I'm just saying, if I had to, like, get out of... Like, if I had to be awake at that time. Yeah, he was rarely awake. He just rolled over into the stretcher, and that's his contribution as we lift him. Oh, that's true. I guess if someone else is... I guess if you're being brought there, it's different. Also, I imagine if you're on dialysis, you probably, like, are not in a situation where you are super energetic on a regular basis anyway. But... yeah. Yes, hello Eggy, hello Faye. I am a whack, but I'm a whack now, and that's what's important. I have things to do today. What do I have to do today? Things. I have to go to the gym. I have to do groceries. Oh, I think I told you. Well, I didn't tell you. This isn't big Eggy news. This is just big grocery news. Remember how I was complaining about how they had this, like, hot pot cut of beef, like, where they had, like, the really thin slices, and then they went away for a while? They're back. They're back. I'm so happy. They're back. Big news. The thin sliced beef at the grocery store is back. This is not relevant to you because you do not shop where I shop, presumably. But this is big news. Grocery update. I'm grocery streamer again. Once again, I'm grocery streamer. But yeah, no, because I think it, like, I used to buy it all the time earlier this year, and then it went away for a while. And I was worried it was gone, but it turns out I think it really was just a seasonal thing. Like, I think it's in the summer they replace it with, like, burgers. Cause it's in the meat department, but it's in a section that's, like, specific shapes, not specific shapes, but, like, specific types of meat. Hello, Tomimi Moruru. Hello. 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 Hi. Hello. How was your stream? What were you doing? For those who are new, I am NiceEggy. I am nice and I am an Eggy, and today we are zhonging. You'll be able to play with me. I do friendlies with chat, so if you guys want to stick around for a little longer, you can zhong with me. I will be posting the room code. If you're having a good morning, have fun playing Mahjong. We're playing Hades 2. Ah, that is notably not Mahjong. I hope you enjoyed that. Tomimi was bathing with men. What is Hades 2 again? That's a rogue-like, right? You can invite your comrades to the hot springs. I was like, what is Hades about again? That's like Greek gods, right? Yeah, it is a rogue. It's the Greek god roguelike one, right? Yeah. Hades 2 is a complicated dating sim. I don't know. I feel like, is Hades one of those games that's been ported to every possible platform? Because I feel like every time I see some kind of, like, Nintendo Direct or, like, State of Play or any of the other ones, there's just, like, always something about Hades or Hades 2, and I'm like, Is this like one of is this like the same way like Ace Attorney exists on every possible machine? Like, is this like that? It's a 2D game, so no wonder. Okay, yeah. I guess it's easier to port, maybe. I know another thing I heard about, I don't know if this happened with the second one, but I know this happened with the first one, is that in Japan, it developed a reputation for being something of a kusoge, because the translation for the Japanese version was so poorly done that it was kind of unclear. Like, characters would be explaining to you what to do, and it would be kind of unclear what you're actually supposed to do. So yeah, apparently it developed, and I imagine they eventually fixed the translation, but I think it was like a machine translation. Like, the translation was so poorly done that, like, it essentially just, like, got a completely different reputation in Japan as, like, a game that's, like, difficult and impossible. Oh, thank you, Yakub835. Jacob? Yakub? We already have one Jake here. We have a second now. Yeah, I remember playing Chinese games with machine translation. Yeah, well, I mean, I've seen some games. I feel like it's pretty rare to see games where, like, the text of the game, like, you know, like NPC dialogue and stuff, is machine translated. But I feel like I've still seen a lot of games that have, like, menus and UI stuff, like, machine translated. I remember when Genshin first launched. Like, the text read fine to me. Like, I don't know, obviously I don't speak Chinese, so I can't compare it to the original, but, like, there was nothing in the text that was, like, grammatically incorrect or anything. But for whatever reason, like, the settings menu had so many things, like, instead of on and off, things would say open and closed, which would make sense, because, like, apparently in Chinese, like, you know, you might say, like, open the lights, close the lights for, like, turn them on and off, right? So, like, there was so many things in the menus like that were, like, just mildly confusing, because it was like, what? Okay, sure. Let me just turn this setting open. Why not? I've also played another game, D4DJ. When I played it at launch, it also had this issue where, like, there was a time I paused a cutscene, and I could not figure out what button to press to get it to start playing again. Because there was 3 buttons. I don't remember what they said. It was something like resume, return, and there was like a third one. I don't remember what it was. I just remember those 3 buttons, and it was really, it felt like you had to, like, just guess to figure out which one would take you back to the main menu, which one would get the scene to continue playing, and which one would start the scene over from the beginning. It was a little confusing. Because I think I pressed, like, return, and I thought that would take me back to the menu, but it actually took me back to, the beginning of the cutscene. So, like, I don't know what the deal was with that. I'm hoping they fixed it later. I think they did, but... Or have you guys ever seen the screenshot? I think it was of one of the Shantae games, I think? It was of the, like, Italian translation of the game. And, okay, it was like a picture of the pause screen. And you know how usually when a game is paused, there'll be, like, a big button in the middle that will say, like, resume, like, as in, like, continue playing. But, in one of the translations, there was this big button in the middle of the screen that would say curriculum vitae, because it turns out that, like, whatever machine translation thing they were using didn't grasp context. So when you put in the word resume, it read it as resume, as in, like, the thing you send when you're applying for a job. So that's why it got translated to curriculum vitae. Because of just, like, absolutely no context. Howdy, Eggy. Hello, Sheriff Pumpkin. Hello. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna drink some water. I don't know. I'm like... I feel like lately, my voice has been doing some nonsense. Ow. Sorry, I hit something when I was putting my bottle down. My voice has been doing some nonsense. Yeah, well, keep that in mind for whenever I get back to game deving. Yeah, don't machine translate your menus. You might think these are simple words, but they are not. But yeah, no, my voice has been doing some nonsense, I think. Which is weird, because I don't think I've been doing anything unusual with it, you know? Like, I don't think I've been like, I guess I've been doing slightly more karaoke streams. But, like, I don't think I'm, like, it's not like I've been doing, like, 9-hour streams of yelling, you know? And I don't think the way I talk has changed. And I'm like, why is my voice doing nonsense? I mean, something I noticed yesterday, because I did some, like, vocal exercises yesterday. I feel like my range... I should do 9-hour streams of yelling, though. I don't think I will. I feel like my range has gotten smaller. Like, there's notes I was able to hit before, and that I cannot hit now. And it's not even just, like, I cannot hit them as in, like, they sound bad. It's like, no, I open my mouth to hit them, and no sound comes out. Granted, though, there's also... When I was doing exercises yesterday, one of the things I noticed was that, like, there was some notes I could hit when I was lying down. So I think it might be, like, maybe, like, some kind of, like, shoulder-neck tension thing. Because there was notes I could hit when I was lying down that I can't hit when I'm upright. And, I mean, lying down is actually, like, a pretty common thing when it comes to, like, vocal training. Because, like, when you lie down on your back, you get the debuff of, like, you can't necessarily breathe as deeply, but you're more aware of your breathing, right? Because your back is on the ground. But also, like, your posture... It's harder to screw up your posture when you're lying down on the ground compared to when you're upright and you actually have to be, you know, supported by your muscles. So, yeah, there's notes I could hit lying down because I guess that's a state where I can, like, you know, adequately relax my shoulders and neck. But for some reason, when I'm sitting up, I just, like... I have to, like, consciously untense everything. So hopefully that is not a problem that will follow me forever. I don't know. Maybe I'd have to ask, like, a vocal teacher or something. Just, like, book a lesson and be like, okay, am I cooked? Chat, am I cooked? Ugh. Oh, and thank you, Jake, for paying your eggplant taxes. It looks like we're past the ad break, which means that I can start jogging. Give me a second to start that up. I'm gonna stretch first. Alright. Mahjong Soul. Let me just make sure I have that set up. Okay, we are good. Zhonging time. Zhonging time. Good morning, Eggy. Good morning, Shinix. Oops. Did not do that. Create room. Join my Jong room. 65810. 65810. Pin that. Pin that forever until the end of the stream. And let me pin that on YouTube as well. 65810. Pin message. There we go. There we go. There we go. Come join. Come join. Please join my Jong. By the way, Eggy, did Eggy's sister go to Thanksgiving? Did you ask her about joining stream or debut? She did come to Thanksgiving. She did ask about streaming. I did not ask her to do anything. I told her that I am now obligated to go to New York because Bodega hit that goal in her subathon. I don't know. I was talking to Bodega about it because we were trying to figure out a date that works. Because I agreed to it before I knew I was going to get the job that I'm starting soon. And I also agreed to it with the assumption that she would not hit the necessary number of subs. And then she did. So, yeah, I would have to... I'm thinking January. I'm thinking January. Go watch the ball drop on New Year's. No, what I'm thinking of doing is maybe... Because I'm probably going to MagFest. So what I'm thinking of doing is maybe going... Instead of going straight to MagFest, I would go to New York for a few days. And then either make my way to MagFest on my own or go there with Beba if she is going. So... Yeah, we'd probably just end up making our way there together. That's what I figured would probably be the best option, since I'll, you know, roll it all into one America trip. Then I don't have to go to America for the rest of the year. You know? Or maybe, I don't know. I kind of want, every year I keep saying, I'm like, I want to go to, EGGY. Every year I keep saying I want to go to EGGY. And then every year I don't go to EGGY. This year I have to find a job. I have to find a job at least, like, 2 to 3 months before June. So that I can, you know, I can have my availability in far enough ahead of time and also no longer be on, like, the probation period. I need to do that. I need to do that. I need to be, like, employed by, like, February or March. So that I can go... Because EGGY is usually, what, like, June, July? So, yeah. 2026 will surely be the year of EGGY. Well, isn't EGGY as in, like, it's offline? So wouldn't EGGY just be, like, a stream? That's just a stream. You're at EGGY right now. Literally right now. Yeah, get employed, get employed, get employed. But at least I don't have to think about that for, like, 2 months. Then I will have to, think about it again. Ooh. I don't know. Maybe for the first few weeks of January, I will chill. I will try to chill, because I will be leaving for EGGY in a few weeks anyway. Or not EGGY, MagFest in a few weeks anyway. And then maybe, I guess after I get back, it's lock-in time. Is this seasonal job close at least? It's maybe like an hour by bus. It's significantly closer. And it's also, it does not involve going on highways, so I'm significantly less likely to get hit with, like, massive traffic. So I got that going for me, too. But yeah, when's EGGY? I think usually it's in, like, early to mid-June, right? The main thing is just that, like, California is more expensive to go to than, DC, because it's on the West Coast. I think I checked once, like, to fly to MagFest is, like, it's a very short flight. It's like an hour, maybe. I think I mentioned this a lot of times, but, like, last year when I went to MagFest, I brought my laptop on the plane, and we took off, and they were like, okay, you may now pull out your laptops now that we're in the air. So I pulled out my laptop, I played one game of Balatro, I started a second game of Balatro, and then they were like, okay, we're landing now, please put away your laptops. So I was like, okay, it was like 1.5 games of Balatro, plus takeoff and landing. That was how long the flight was. Whereas, like, to fly to California is like a 7-hour flight from here. Yeah, I know where and when EGGY is, roughly. When's EGGY? Actually? Isn't that just, like, I don't know, wouldn't actually con just be, like, I don't know, some kind of, like, academic seminar? Then you'd be able to have a third game of Balatro. Yeah. I don't know. How long does it take to, like, play one game of Balatro? Like, maybe, like, 20 minutes, maybe? 20, 25 minutes? That's gotta be at least 14 games of Balatro. At least 14 games of Balatro to get to California. Yes. Hello, hello. Mina na salam. Oh, Mina nu salam. I saw it as one word. I'm not sure like where the space is. A minute if you are bad. That's fair. You can lose on like the first blind. I don't know. I mean, every time I go on a plane, I keep being like, okay, I'm gonna have lots of games, so I'm gonna be ready to be gamer on the plane. And then I get too embarrassed to be gamer on the plane. Like, I don't know. It's like one of those things. Like, I remember hearing a news story. I don't know if this was real, but I remember hearing a news story once about like one like airline passenger like filing some kind of complaint that like the person next to them was playing like some kind of like vulgar, inappropriate game while on the flight, and the vulgar, inappropriate game was Slay the Princess. So I'm like, I'm always scared. I'm like, what if I play like Umineko and somebody sees like, you know, one of the random like blood splatter CGs that appears for like 2 seconds. Oh, thank you, Parkiran Honda. Thank you for sprouting. I'm like, what if that happens? What if somebody gets like scandalized by, you know, Umineko red blood splatter graphic, and then they file a complaint, you know? 12+ splatter movie on the in-flight entertainment. Just watching nothing but horror movies. Or like, I don't know, what if I pull up an anime and there's like one shot where a character's boobs bounce just like a little bit, and someone around me is like, I mean, to be fair, I guess if I'm going to Offkai, I imagine I'd probably be on a flight with like a number of other weebs who would get it. But I'm just like, I don't know, what if there's like some like easily scandalized old lady on the plane? She's like, you would benefit from worrying less? Probably, but like, because I don't know, it's like one of those things where I'm like, I'm not embarrassed about liking anime until I have to watch anime in public, and then suddenly I'm embarrassed about liking anime. It's so easy to be tired on the plane for me. Quick nap with music is where I'm at. Else I play Slay the Spire on my phone or read something. Yeah, I don't know, I think I've never slept on a plane. I've tried to, and failed miserably. Or at least I've never slept on a plane intentionally. I think I might have slept at some point, on my flight to Japan. Because I didn't feel like I fell asleep, though. It didn't feel like sleep. I think I just, like... Because I remember I was on the flight. And because it's, like, a 9-hour flight over the Pacific, they would, like... You know, they would do the thing where they would, like, dim the lights and, like, tint the windows so that, like, people who were trying to sleep would be able to. I don't know, it was very weird, because I think they were trying to get you, like, accustomed to the time zone before you landed. So I remember when we took off, it was, like, maybe, like, 10:30 in the morning, and then they instantly served dinner. They instantly served dinner. And then, after that, like, you know, after that, then they turned off the lights, like, they dimmed the lights, and was like, okay, time for sleep, and I was like, huh? But I guess, yeah, because when we landed, it was, like, 9 p.m., so I guess they wanted people to be able to, like, sort of have, like, a normal daytime before then. Yeah. I really like your over the garden wall cover, by the way. Thank you! That was last year's Thanksgiving post. I'm sorry I didn't have one this year. Thanksgiving really snuck up on me this year. I almost forgot about it until, like, last week, and I was like, oh yeah, when is Thanksgiving? Okay, yes, thank you. Yeah, anime is mainstream now. Yeah, but that's, like, depends on the anime. That depends so heavily on the anime. I should rewatch Over the Garden Wall. I should. Maybe we can do that again on Halloween. I play Uma Musume, but I don't want to crash out at 30k feet because I lost a race. I don't know. I'm like, I guess I could play Uma Musume. But, yeah. No, I think I slept on that flight though, because I definitely remember the lady next to me waking up because we were like landing soon. And I was like, I like shifted myself to the side and proceeded to like immediately sit on a sandwich that apparently had been handed out while I was out. While I was like unconscious, they had like handed out sandwiches and I just like shifted a little bit and just completely like flattened it. You also read Umineko. I say read in the present tense because I'm still going through it. I'm on like chapter 5. Is there internet on planes now? Some of them. Some of them you have to pay extra, but some of them have it for free. Depends on the airline that you fly and how long your flight is. Hollywood movies have a fair share of boob scene. Yeah, but like people don't get scandalized when it's as much when it's like a real woman. It's like when it's animated, then people are like, boob. Because yeah, it's not even like, even the anime I watch isn't like big booby, but it's like, I don't know. Sometimes there's things that are weird enough that I'm just like, somebody's watching, they're gonna be like, alright, we have enough people. Let's jong. It's jonging hours. Ah yes, the real woman who has her real breast portrayed to you in public, that is not scandalous, but this is a drawn representation of a woman, that is scandalous. I mean, okay, I can sort of see people's logic with this, because a real woman, right, is going to have boobs. Like, a real-life flesh and blood woman is going to have boobs, regardless of what she's wearing, right? Like, the boobs are just gonna be there. So, like, yeah, there's always going to be some boob showing in the sense that, you know, unless she is, like, intentionally binding her chest or trying to make them look smaller, like, you will be able to see that they are there. Whereas, I guess when it's, like, an anime lady, you know, somebody had to draw this character on purpose and intentionally give her boobs this big, right? Yeah, isn't there crunchy on some in-flights now? Yeah, didn't they, like... I remember hearing that. They, like, hooked up with some airline. I don't remember which one. I don't even know if they do flights. Well, I mean, I guess if I'm going to the States, then I guess maybe. I don't know. The last time I keep booking with, like, Canadian airlines because the prices are more reasonable for me. Like, I remember the last time, like, last year when I was looking for flights, I was looking at, like, you know, like, Air Canada, I was looking at, like, some of the different Canadian airlines, and I was like, some of these prices are high. Then I go look at some of the American ones, and I was like, oh, these prices are more reasonable, and I realized that's because the prices were being listed in USD. I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, hello, Kuo. Ooh, thank you for your redeem. I only ever got internet on plane once because it was a college trip with my friends for a conference. We got absolutely trashed on the plane, like teaching her children. It was like 6 a.m. So real boobs are just boobs. Anime girls have the back destroyer, 9,000 milkers. Well, again, it's like they intentionally have that, right? Somebody, you know, a character designer sat down and was like, yes, I'm going to create a woman with the biggest boobs known to man. And they did that on purpose. It's not like real life where some women are just born with big boobs and that's just how things happen. So I can kind of see from that point of view, like, why people would be more scandalized by, like, anime boobie. But also, like, in real life, if someone is showing off cleavage, sometimes that happens by accident, but, like, you can also very much show off cleavage on purpose. It's also a matter of cinematography. What, like the lighting on the boobs? I mean, I guess like wardrobe is a big thing too. Become an evil artist and draw all my VTubers with cleavage. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that was TTS. Yeah, manga idea. Manga about older anime women going through rehab because their backs got dilated by obscene boob size. Well, that's the thing though, is that when it's art, like when you're drawing, technically you don't have to worry about like, how would this affect how the character moves and feels in their own body? You don't have to think about that. I wish I had big boobs. Grass is greener on the other side of the fence. I feel like a lot of people want to say that they're always like, oh, I wish I had big boobs, until you have to like buy a shirt. then you're like, oh. Because when you have to buy a shirt, it's a little... Like, again, you do not see it on my VTuber model, but like in the past few years, I went up like 2 cup sizes, and I can't say I'm satisfied with that. Like, I cannot say I'm particularly a fan of the size that they've become. Personally, I liked my shirts before. Ooh, winning. Sorry, give me a second. Good morning, Pembu. Scandalous unsay-so streamer Eggy is talking about boobs. Yay! First win of the day. Big Eggy win. Big Eggy win. But yeah, no. Just wear your shirts tied around your waist. No, but you gotta have like a button-up shirt. I mean, I guess t-shirts and stuff is fine, but like, when you have anything that needs to button up, like, your appreciation for having big boobs goes down exponentially. Can't believe Eggy took a boobs. You have to un-Oshi. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for having boobs. The sketch about boobs is more scandalous than other people showing each other boobs, probably. I don't know. I mean, this discussion is only like 50% about boobs. A solid chunk of it is also about clothes. I enjoy wearing a nice button-up. Yeah, it's like, I liked my blouses. Yeah, why do you think the Eggy is flatter? Why do you think the Eggy is flatter? Because, like, I don't know. I can't think of a single downside of having small boobs when it comes to fashion. Like, it's like, oh no, you can fit into shirts more easily. Oh no, your top half will look a little more elegant. Oh no, you never have to worry about showing cleavage. You can't do cleavage. Yeah, but that's not like a fashion thing. Like, oh no. Is it not? I don't know. I don't consider... Like, I don't know. I don't know if I would consider, like, intentional cleavage to be like a fashion thing. Maybe a little bit. Like, there may be some kind of... Maybe it's just like because of the kinds of dresses I like to wear, because usually I wear a lot of things that are like, you know, button up, high collar, maybe not turtleneck, but like, I don't wear a lot of cleavagey stuff, right? I don't like wearing a lot of cleavagey stuff. It's harder for me to look feminine. Yeah, but like, there's so many ways you can look feminine without needing big boob. Like, if anything, I wish I had smaller boob, because I feel like when you get to a certain size, it stops feeling like, I don't know, I guess I don't like feeling womanly. I want to be girly. I don't want to be womanly. I want to be cute and pretty. If a V-neck is fashion on guys, cleavage is fashion on girls. Yeah, but is the point of a V-neck, maybe for like the really deep V-necks, but I'm like, is the point of a V-neck really to like show off your pecs, muscles, question mark, chest? Maybe it's like a really deep one. Yeah, it depends on your definition of feminine anyway. Yeah, feminine is kind of a broad category. But yeah, no, when you hit a certain point, it's like, you know, this heavy. I don't know. I don't know. My boobs, the size was fine before. Why'd they have to do that? Showing off the chest hair? I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, no, I need to... Oh, I need to buy shoes this week. Ah. Need to buy brown loafer. Hi, Eggy. Hello. Need to buy brown loafer. So I have something to wear with wedding outfit. These shoes aren't very affected by weight gain. Yeah, at least there's that. I mean, I guess maybe there's some conditions that can make your feet, like, swell or something. But yeah, you're right. Shoes are pretty consistent. But yeah, I'm like, I need to buy shoes to go with the outfit. Diabetes, yeah. Inflates your feet. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Or even, like, I found, like, it's probably for some people more than others, but, like, sometimes even just, like, standing or, like, sitting for a really long time without, like, moving around much. Like, I remember, there was one time when I was in Japan, I took, like, an overnight bus. And I wasn't able to, like, lie down properly because the guy in front of me had his chair set in such a way that I couldn't do that. So, like, my feet were basically, like, I was basically sitting for, like, basically my body had been upright or slightly upright for, like, a whole, like, 20 hours because I had, like, you know, lived the whole day and then I took the overnight bus overnight. So, like, another 8 hours or so, right? And yeah, when I arrived in the morning, like, I felt like my feet were, like, barely fitting in my shoes. Like, I guess the blood just all, like, went downward into my feet. Because I felt like my feet just were, like, super swollen. BGM feels a little loud for your voice. We can still hear you, though. Okay, I'll turn it down a little. I think I had it set at, like, the same volume that I had it set for, when I did karaoke the other day. I think that's probably why. Good now? Yay. Okay. I've realized that I need to set the music, like, way higher than I think I do. Because I was listening back to karaoke, and even though I was turning the music up even higher that time, it still wasn't loud enough. I still felt like my voice was super loud and the music was super quiet. There we go. Wow, 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 wow. Yay! I am so winning this morning. Look how winning I am. I am so insanely winning. I'm the most winning. Ooh, I might be the most winning. I might be even winninger. Ooh. But yeah, no, I need to buy new shoes because I need to buy something that matches the outfit that I bought. I also finally figured out, I finally bought black pants because I had to buy some for work. And, like, there is nothing more frustrating. Like, maybe this is the... If other women in the chat, please, verify this. There's nothing more frustrating to me than having to shop for black pants. Because you'd think that, like, especially, like, honestly, not even just, like, black pants, just, like, black pants in general, not even, like, just dress pants and stuff. Because I feel like you'd think because black pants are such, like, a common thing, right? That it would be easy to find ones that are, like, kind of interesting and that fit nice. Like, you'd think there'd be a variety, but there never is. There never is. it's always like the most boring... It's the most boring pair of pants possible with the most unflattering fit, and that's all they made in black. Like the other day I bought some pants that were like, they were kind of like an olive green, and I just tried them on a whim and they fit really nice. And I think if they would have been black, if they would have had like a version in black, I would have just bought it. I would have just bought that. But they don't. For some reason, because apparently if your pants are black, they also have to be like horrible and unflattering. I do not wear trousers. I usually don't either. I'm not like a big pants person either. I usually wear skirts, but unfortunately the dress code for this job is like, no, it has to be pants. So maybe wear more olive green. No, but like, mind you, I'm buying this for work. I'm not buying this out of my own like free will. Like if I had my own free will, I would never have to buy a black pair of pants ever. Like, honestly, what I ended up getting is I went to Muji and I got one of those, like, Hakama pants. Because I'm like, this feels like... The Hakama pants are like these, like, super, super wide pants that almost look like a skirt. Like, I imagine they might call me out for wearing a skirt and then I'll have to, like, you know, do a high kick and be like, actually, these are pants. But, like, yeah, that's what I landed on. Olive green should work for work. No, they specifically said black pants. That's the dress code. They're gonna give me a shirt and then my pants have to be black. I don't know why they don't allow a black skirt. For whatever reason. I asked about it during the interview and they said we'll check, and then they didn't get back to me on that. It's not like a professional nice kind of dress code situation. It is specifically black pants. Why do they not provide black pants? Out of curiosity, where are you from? Charlie? Out of curiosity, where are you from? Because here it's like very uncommon. If they're that specific, they should give you the clothes. Pants I usually don't do. Here, I don't know what it's like in other places, but like here it's very uncommon unless it's like something proprietary. So for instance, like if you work somewhere and they give you like a shirt with the company's logo on it, that's pretty normal. But, pants, almost nowhere will provide you with pants. They just hope you already have some. Can you write them on off on your taxes? I don't know, maybe? I've never checked. It's not really a business expense because it's not my business, right? Like, I just got hired by somebody else. I'm from Sweden anyhow. Ah, that explains it. Only job with a uniform I've had gave me the stuff, though it's a factory job. Yeah, this one's more like a retail type position, so... Yeah, they just tell you to wear black pants and just hope that you have black pants. I don't think I've ever given... Like, the only times that I've gotten stuff from work that, like, was... Like, yeah, it's usually just, like, shirts. It's expensive to work for a business you will be taxed for. That's true. But I've never done it. I've logged, like, expenses for VTubing, but I've never logged expenses for, like, normal jobs. I don't even know if there's a place in the form where you can. I don't think you can write them off. But yeah, no, it is a problem. Like, some businesses might give you... Like, some businesses might reimburse you if there's a change in the dress code. Like, but that's usually, like, if you got hired and you were working there for a while and suddenly they're like, oh no, we're actually, like, making this major change. We need you to wear blue instead of black. Here's some money to go buy some new clothes. Some places might do that if they're nice, but it's very uncommon. Like, most places where I've worked, they will just, like... I remember once when I did my co-op semester in high school, at some point, they made a change to their rules about what kind of pants they'd allow, and everybody was so mad about that because they're like, you do realize I'm just gonna have to go buy, like, $300 worth of new pants to have clothes to come to work in, right? Like... But yeah, no, that's pretty, like, it's not common here to be, like, provided clothes outside of maybe, like, a shirt or, like, something you wear on top of something else. Like, if it doesn't have the company's brand logo, name, or logo on it, then you're probably not going to be getting it from them. I think this might be another case of the Europeans are in the chat. Like, I'm trying to think if there's, like, anywhere that, like, I've seen that, like, maybe would provide, like, a full uniform. I think it's only if it's, like, something super specific. There was, like, one, like, when I went, you know how I posted that outfit shot to Twitter, how I was, like, in front of this, like, fancy, like, macaron cafe place? The, staff there, they had very specific, clothes. They had very specific outfits. Some of the, I think the guys was like a, you know, white dress shirt, black pants and vest. And then for the ladies, what? Not Eggy win? Man. Congratulations to G. And thank you to Minus Light and Lord Pummeluff. Yes, that dress was very cute. I liked it. Thank you. What? Hold on, did I just get kicked out of my own friendly room? Are you guys still in there? Why am I back on the main menu? Huh? You have already joined this room. Okay, hold on, let me rejoin my own room. 65810. Why did I get kicked out of my own room? What? Huh? Are you guys still in there? Are you guys still in there? I can't even close the room. I can't close the room. Was I that bad at the game? Huh? Skill issue? 65810. Okay, 65810. Huh? Time to reset. Okay, hold on. I guess I'll just have to... Let me get out. Okay, assuming... Try to keep the game... If you guys are somehow still in the room, just, like, leave it open so I can, like, get back in. I'll see if I can, like, make myself host again. But yeah, no, the cafe where I was at, again, the male staff was just like, you know, white dress shirt, black vest and pants. For the ladies, it was like, some of them had like this like turquoise kind of dress with puff sleeves, and then other ones were wearing like a black dress with like a turquoise vest on top. So yeah, that one I'm pretty sure they probably would have been provided the dresses because they were like, you know, more specific than what you'd probably find at the store, right? But also, like, you know, the cafe had like a very distinct look and atmosphere, so I can see why they would do that rather than... And also it might be a European company, that too. Your seasonal job doesn't give you a uniform? They will. So they're gonna give me a shirt, but you have to provide your own pants. The game is not starting up. Hello? Hello? Oh, there we go. Like to imagine Eggy's seasonal job as being Santa. No, if my job was being Santa, I'd like to think they would provide me with both the shirt and the pants. Look, I've complained about gaining weight, but I haven't gained that much weight. Or did you think I was gonna be like an elf or something? I assure you my job has nothing to do with Santa. Alright, let's try this again. 65810. Huh? Okay, I guess I'm just gonna start a new room. Okay, new room. New room. New room. 37464. Let me pin that. Let me pin that on YouTube as well. 37464. 37464. Alright, pin that as well. There we go. Alright, come back. Come back. Don't leave me. Don't leave me zhonging alone. That's exactly what Santa would say. We got her. No, it has nothing to do with Santa. It is for the holidays, but it has nothing to do with Santa. Have you tried Pain Jong? Is that not just normal Mahjong? You are elf size. I'm not that short. Ugh. Okay. Hold on, I need to drink more water. Mahjong is Mahjong with hand limit of, like, just one. Oh, so then it's just like a game where you're only making all simples? Oh, it has to be more than one. Oh, so it can't just be all simples. Yeah. I'm like... Maybe I do need to get my humidifier on. Again, my voice is doing nonsense. It's doing nonsense lately. I don't know, I guess maybe like vocal fatigue is like a thing that can happen to you. Because it's like... It's not like disease, because I don't feel disease in any other way. I do not feel plagued. Like... You're not an elf, are you a reindeer? I already told you! My job has nothing to do with Santa. A dash of asymptomatic COVID, who knows? Okay, here's the thing. I don't think it would be that, because all the symptoms are, like, singing related. Like, I don't think you can have a case of COVID that only affects your voice and nothing else. Oh, the disease. No, but that's the thing is that, like, it's not illness kind of sick. It's like, my voice is tired sick, but, like, it's probably, it's like, I don't know, change in seasons. Do you wear bows? Are you a present? I'm not... That has nothing to do with Santa. You don't understand asymptomatic. I'm describing a symptom. I'm describing a symptom. Also, too, the other thing, too, is that, like... Every time people... okay, this is, like, might be a hot take, but every time I see this a lot on Twitter, where somebody will describe a thing that's happening to them, and they will say... Somebody will say, oh, this is also a COVID symptom. And it's, like, one of those things where it's, like, it's good to be aware, but it's also the least helpful thing. It's the least helpful thing, because I've yet to see anybody actually have any advice for what to do in that situation. Like, is this... Like, somebody will be like anything can be a COVID symptom, but it's also just like, do you have any advice? Should I ask my doctor about something? Should I... Like, nobody seems to have any advice aside from just like, okay, just know it? Like... Because it's like, yeah, okay, it might be, but I still have to, like... you know, survive. It's helpful because doctors will paper over it completely. I mean, yes, but the thing is that whenever I've seen somebody say this, is that they never have any advice. Like, there's never any specific thing of, like, you should ask your doctor about this. Or you should try this kind of exercise. Or eat this kind of food. Or treat it with this kind of medication. Because it's like, yeah, if it's bad enough, you can probably bring it up to your doctor and mention that. But also, that's usually not what I'm seeing people do. Take a test and hunker down would be the play. Yeah, but the difference is, like, this has been an ongoing thing for, like, about a... Like, it's been a little while. It's been a little while. Yeah, go see your doctor's really the advice. But yeah, no, it's like... Probably everything that helps with COVID. Yeah, avoid reinfection, but it's also just like, okay, you're reinfected, what now? Because, like, sometimes I see these kinds of things and I'm just like, okay, guess I'll die. Okay, like, yeah. But no, I think the thing is, it's just like, it is like voice fatigue. Because I was saying earlier, you missed it earlier, Robert, but like I was talking about how like it was mostly voice fatigue when like singing. Like there were notes I could not hit. Or that notes I could hit lying down because like my shoulders were really tense. So yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. Like, because it's not even like it hurts, it just feels tired, which is the different thing, you know? Yeah, the worst thing about being sick is trying to eat healthy during. Well, okay, I know for me it's actually especially inconvenient. Can't eat but much eat for the immune system. For me, it's also, like the last time I was sick, it was like very inconvenient because like, so I live with my grandma who is very old. So whenever I'm sick, I would try to like just lock myself in my room and not go anywhere. Like not even into the kitchen. I'm like, I'm gonna contaminate the kitchen. So like I remember the last time I think I just like ordered Uber Eats for like 3 days straight because I'm like, I cannot go into the kitchen. I cannot go into the upstairs under any circumstances. Which is probably not the best way to go about it. Yeah, hi Eggy, how have you been? I've been okay. Hello, milk before cereal. Yeah. You can catch other fun stuff or reactivate viruses that have been dormant. But like this, again, you have a fridge, yes, but like, I can't just keep stashes of stuff because things will go bad. Things will go bad. I don't want to be, if I'm already sick, I wouldn't want to be sick with like a fridge full of rotten food to deal with on top of that, you know? You need some microwavable provisions for the fridge. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a microwave down here. That's the thing. I have a fridge and I have a kettle and that's all I have down here. So I mean, I guess I could make like instant noodles. Like, I guess I could have a stash of instant noodles, but like that's not ideal. I also don't really have a place to like drain them, so there's certain instant noodles I couldn't make. Why no microwave? Because I don't have one. I don't know where I would put it even if I did. Like I struggled for a while to figure out where to put the kettle. Canned food, frozen food, instant soup. Because there's no kitchen space down here, and I'm not going to be like putting together soup in the washroom, you know? Like it's one thing to get water from like the bathroom tap, but like to actually like prepare food in there, I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. Yeah, bread and sausages? Are sausages not also like super perishable? And bread seems to go stale all the time. Those noodle cups don't need draining, do they? Some of them do, some of them don't. It depends on which ones you get. Some of them do, like anything that's like instant yakisoba or Indomie, those need to be drained. But is the washroom not tile like I said? I don't know, I think it's more just like, I think it's a really bad idea to be taking food in the washroom in general. Like, no matter what the context is. I miss living near a convenience store which had hot pot. Hot pot! I should buy the hot pot beef today. I think I'll do that. I like masking up and doing constant hand washing when sick. I can't fully quarantine in my house, unfortunately. Yeah, that's the problem, is I like to think that I can, but I also, like, can't. But, like, it's also not like my grandma can do much for me either, because, like, you know, I'm downstairs. She cannot go up and downstairs easily. When I lived with my parents, it was a little easier, because, you know, I can get my mom to bring me soup. But, yeah, washing an apple is probably okay. I've been draining a little water from noodles in a colander. I don't know, I like to be careful. I like to be careful. Like, you don't understand, I already live with the mentality of, like, I will be deeply ashamed if I, like, even when, like, I was at work, I was like, I feel like making someone else sick, even unintentionally, is, like, deeply shameful to me, and I just, like, try to do everything in my power to not do that, even though I know that I don't have full control over that. What is the threat model of the washroom? I don't know. That's where you are peeing and pooping. Like, I don't know. To me, other than water, I don't use the washroom to get anything that I would, like, eat or drink. Dishes don't go in the washroom. Nothing outside of maybe a water bottle goes in the washroom. I thought it is a laundry room. Oh no, the laundry room would be even worse. The laundry room would be even worse for getting food and water. Because at least, like, the washroom probably gets washed more often than the laundry room, to be honest. Like, food has to come from the kitchen. That's just, like, my own thing. Food has to come from the kitchen. You don't have a fridge in your bathroom? To be fair, the second fridge actually is in the laundry room. But, I don't know, a fridge in itself isn't, like, everything's in the fridge. Oh, hello, Azur! I'm complaining, hi. Oh, I just realized we can start again. Here we go. Yeah, I'm averse to even drinking water from the washroom if I can help it. Yeah, usually I prefer to fill it up in like, but, like, also sometimes I don't want to go upstairs.
Tenpai, ikimashou.
Like, I don't know if that's just, like, my own personal thing of just, like, I refuse to prepare food anywhere near a washroom. So the laundry room isn't tiled. It's not about the floor, it's about the sink. Like, the laundry room sink is for washing clothes and other such activities. The laundry room sink, I can say, is probably even less sanitary than the bathroom sink. Because it's super noticeable when the bathroom sink gets dirty, but, like, the laundry room sink is like this big industrial thing. It's this big industrial plastic thing that does not get cleaned nearly as often. But yeah, it's pretty much just water, which I should probably drink more of right now. It's like you submerge things in the water you get from the tap. I also don't know how clean that tap actually is. Because again, this is a room where all the water is used for doing laundry, right? So, like, usually it's like, I can't imagine that the drinkability is, like, a huge thing they think of when they were building that sink setup. I mean, it's pulling from the same water source, so it can't be that bad, but, like, again, if you saw my laundry room, you also would not want to prepare food in there, is what I'm saying. I don't know what your laundry room looks like, but I don't think... If you saw the sink, you would not want to prepare food there, is what I'm saying. I don't think I'm being unreasonable here. I don't think I'm being unreasonable.
ドラとリンランどっちが好き？選んで。
If you can't drink water from the sink, you can't drink water from the tap anywhere. It's also different. Getting water is different than preparing food. Like... it's different. It depends on prepare food means concretely, like what kind of food. Well, it's like, okay. Even at getting, like, something like getting water for, like... Well, I guess I would have to fill up the kettle for that, but like... Yeah, just take all your water from the sink and boil it before using in food. It's just more like I would not dump things out in the bathroom sink. Like, for instance, like, let's say I have, like, some kind of, like, instant noodle type thing that needs to be drained. I could get the water from the bathroom, yes, because I would need to fill up the kettle, but I would feel kind of uncomfortable draining the water into the bathroom sink. Because even though I know that, like, none of the food is touching the bathroom, it's just the vibes. It's gross. I don't think I'm being unreasonable here. You could drain it into another bowl and drain that into the sink. I also can't say I have a ton of dishes down here. Like, aside from, like, a handful of cups and, like, one bowl. Like, it just feels like making extra steps to... Yeah, and bathroom sinks that clog more easily than kitchen sinks in my experience. True, because probably imagine bathroom sinks are probably... Like, kitchen sinks are probably, like, built with the assumption that stuff is gonna get poured down the drain, but bathroom sinks, not so much. It's also just the smell. The idea of, like, a bathroom smelling like food to me is also just like, ugh. You know? See? Tenpai on Tenpai Tuesday. There we go. We got it. But yeah, I don't think I'm being, like, terribly unreasonable. Like, this is normal line of thinking, right? I once had to live in a hotel for an extended period of time with no microwave or kitchen. Figuring out what to cook with only a kettle was painful. Yeah! No microwave, wow. Even a microwave. Because I'm like, what can you cook with just a kettle? Yeah, instant ramen, instant soup. Maybe, oh wait, no, but you need a microwave for those. I was gonna say, oh yeah, you can get like those pre-prepared things of rice, but no, you need a microwave for that. I don't know, I'm trying to think, because the last time, like, I was in a situation, like, the last time I was in a hotel for more than, like, a couple days at a time, I was in Japan. And, like, obviously that getting, like, ready to eat food was a lot easier to there than it is here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, nobody outside the kitchen is the most reasonable. A rice cooker could do a lot too, or a small toaster oven. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I could get... The thing is that, like, for safety reasons, there's a lot of stuff that I'm not willing to have down here. Like, maybe a small microwave I could probably do. I just think certain things would probably be a fire hazard. Because like I've mentioned before, like the ventilation down here isn't like the greatest. Like, I just... A kettle is a fire hazard. Yes, as well, but like... The difference is that the kettle is full of water, and a toaster oven is full of things that can set on fire much more easily. I don't know, then again, maybe I'm also just like the kind of person who like, before like putting anything in my room, keeps Googling like, can this set on fire? Like... And like, yeah, I'm aware that basically anything that runs on electricity can like catch on fire. Like that's just a thing that can happen! But I don't know. I don't know. The other day I was like, oh, my neck and shoulders are so stiff. And I'm like, maybe this is why. Spending all my time stressing about like, will my kettle catch on fire? You do unplug it, probably. Yeah, I do keep it plugged in. It's also one of the ones, I don't know if this makes a difference, but it's also one of the kinds with like, you know when they have like a base and then a thing on top? Where like the kettle itself is not... The kettle itself is not directly plugged into the wall. It's like you attach it to like a base and the base is plugged into the wall. I don't know if that makes a difference. But I don't leave it plugged in all the time. Tenpai was like someone who's double-digit grades in school above you. Tenpai noticed me. But like, I don't know. Do not ever worry that I'm not worrying about something enough. Because I am probably worrying about it enough. I do not doubt that I have already overthought it. I have already overthought it, and I have already like talked myself out of anything. You know? Do not doubt it. What was that? Barraclow, what was that? Is that like a sticker? Is that an animation? But yeah, no, I will... Ever thought about the risk of worrying about risk too much? Okay, see, this is why every single time I'm like, I mention something, you're like, this is a COVID symptom. And you're like, no, I have already thought of that. I have already thought through that. It's in fact, I came to the conclusion that it's probably something else through excessive worrying. Like, you underestimate me. You underestimate me. Several months ago, I almost like... I almost booked a diabetes test because I ate something sweet and the taste lingered in my mouth for a long time. So I googled sweet taste in mouth and it said that was a diabetes symptom, but I didn't have any other diabetes symptoms, but I kept worrying about it. I was like this close to booking a diabetes test for no reason. Like... No, trust me, I've already overthought everything. Because it's not unlikely, and the doctors decide to ignore it completely. Well, I haven't seen a doctor, that's the thing. Like, it could be one, but keep in mind, I am always aware of that. Do not ever doubt that I am always aware of that. It's just not my first conclusion, because there are any number of things that it is probably more likely to be. But no, do not doubt that I've already overthought it. Do not doubt that. Perhaps this is my nuclear launch detector. Give me something new to worry about. I don't know. It's like, I don't know. Will my kettle set on fire? Oh man, hold on. I'm doing dumb plays. It's too late for me now. Or... I don't know. Will this thing catch on fire? Will... Because the thing is that, like, the stuff I worry about, I don't worry about things like, I don't know, will the economy still be there tomorrow? Like, because there are things outside of my control that I know I shouldn't worry about too much, because I'm like, yeah, that's outside of my control. I can't control the economy, I can't control the politics, I can't control the weather, you know, like, there are things like that where I'm like, okay, I can't worry about that because, like, that's not my job to worry about that. It's like, okay, new things to worry about. It's like, okay. Am I eating too much of this? What if my food is actually moldy? And I don't know it yet. What if your food is actually aliens? No... I'm trying to think of stuff that's like food related I worried about once. Once when I was like preparing some pork, and I accidentally cut my finger, like while I was like handling the pork. So I googled if that was like, I don't know, like if raw meat was like, you know, and they're like, yeah, the cut can get infected, but just like wash it. And it was like, okay, what can get into it? And they're like, risk of tetanus. And then I was like, do I even... And then I checked and I'm like, oh, turns out I'm behind on my tetanus booster. And I'm like, am I cooked? And then I proceeded to not get tetanus, and it was fine. Probably because I washed it right after it happened. But... yeah. It was like that. Isn't tetanus more of a rusty nail thing? That was the impression I was under too, but no, it turns out like maybe some kinds of raw meat might be able to transfer it. Probably less likely than rusty nails. Tetanus likes to live in rusty things, but it doesn't have to. That was the impression I was under too. Because, like, I don't know, when I was a kid, they always told me, it was like, no, rust gives you tetanus. And so, in my mind, I thought that that was more like a... Because the thing is, they didn't actually tell me what tetanus was as a kid, other than that it was, like, a disease. So I was under the impression that it was, like, one of those things where it's, like, a skin disease, like, it's, like, a rash. But then I got older and found out what tetanus is, and I'm like, wait, that makes no sense. What would rust have to do with it? Because, I don't know, I guess also too when you're a kid, you don't actually know how stuff works. Like, you don't realize that the point of your skin is to make sure that, like, stuff doesn't get into your body. remember somebody once telling me that like I would get like tetanus from playing on the monkey bars too much or something. Because they're like made of metal and the metal is a little bit rusty. But also that's probably less likely than if you like step on a nail or something, you know? Dare you to look up what leprosy is. It turns out leprosy is ridiculously minor and can be cured with antibiotics. Yeah, like, I know that's like... It still exists. They call it something different now. I was listening to like a podcast episode about this once, and it was actually pretty interesting. Because like usually people would think of it as like this like biblical disease, because like that's probably the last time you heard about leprosy was like in the Bible. But no, I think they changed the name. Presumably so that people who have the disease aren't like out here being like, cool, I haven't suffering from a disease from like, you know, the BC times. Leprosy is still leprosy. No, I think there's a new name for it. The Black Death is still the Black Death. Yeah, I know that the literal, like, bubonic plague still exists. And every few years somebody else seems to contract it. Although, usually isn't like a thing you catch in the middle of nowhere. Because I feel like every instance I've heard about it happening, it's like somebody who, like, went on, like, a camping trip or something. Because I'm pretty sure leprosy, they have a new name for it. I don't remember what it was, but they did rename it. I guess probably for like stigma reasons. But yeah, it's much more treatable now. That too. I used to Google symptoms a lot some years back. I used to get pretty anxious about it. Well, because it's like, I think a lot of the times is that like, maybe because I don't get sick very often, I will feel like I'm like any kind of mild discomfort. Because, like, I don't know, I feel like when I actually am sick, it's usually pretty obvious, right? Like, it's like, okay, so the idea of, like, if you are suffering from disease, you will notice, I don't trust that, because I'm just like... But then when I do get sick, it's like, yeah, I do notice. It's like, wow, my entire throat hurts, and then it's like, okay, that is probably a sign of disease. So I guess maybe just because I don't get sick very often, that's where my brain is like, oh, sweet taste in mouth, but no other symptoms, must be diabetes. It's sometimes known as Hansen's disease. Ah, that's what I was looking for. Yeah, I knew they had renamed it. Hello? Game? There we go. With outside things, it's probably the issue is the object is probably near soil. Yeah. I don't know. I guess sometimes I'm trying to think too, like... I feel like it's also very easy to, like, hear about a thing that has bacteria in it and just, like, overthink it. Like, I remember a while back, people were talking about how, like, rice that isn't stored properly can have, like, can grow bacteria that can give you, like, mild food poisoning. But the thing is, I think people made a big deal about it growing bacteria because it's one of those things where, like, it's good to know, and you should store your rice properly in the fridge. But, the consequences of encountering this bacteria are actually, like, not that bad. Like, it's like, okay, you might get, like, a tummy ache, and, like, unless you have, like, some kind of, like, immune issue already, like, the consequences are gonna be, like, I don't know, tummy ache and... Because, like, I've run into that, where, like, I didn't store the rice properly, but even then it was just, like, tummy ache and one singular bad poop, and that's it. You underestimate food poisoning. Well, like, yes, if somebody is, like, old or, like, already weak in some other way, then yes, that is something they should be worried about. But, I don't know, I think it's also, too, a lot of people were, like, very specific on how you should do it. Like, Because I saw some people that was like, no, you need to put the rice in the freezer the instant you finish cooking it. And I'm like, I've seen a lot of people that are like, I have never done that in my life, and I have yet to encounter any issues with this. Tetanus is absolutely a risk in it. I think we've moved on. I'm presuming not in rice. I don't think you get tetanus from rice, presumably. Yeah, it depends on how much rice you make, and the environment temperature is absolutely an issue. But yeah, like... Ooh. I'm so winning today. I wonder if I can actually be winning this time. But yeah, 30 minutes issue, just that small batches. Yeah, it's just like, it's one of those things it's easy to overthink. Yeah, part of it is also what you grew up on. If you've eaten rice all your life, you'll probably have fewer issues with bad rice. That too. That too. Because like I feel like a lot of the people I've seen who have been like very stringent on that kind of thing are usually not people who look like they've eaten a ton of rice growing up. Because yeah, food safety is important, but like it's also like... I think it's also something that's very easy to overthink. Yeah. It's because the rice in most cases is already parboiled. Presumably, yeah. I imagine probably different kinds of rice might have like different risk levels for this kind of thing too. Like I imagine that like probably like some kind of drier rice. Like if you have like basmati rice or something, like something really dry probably has like less of a risk than like something like white rice that is just like full of water all the time, you know? Man, I thought I was gonna be so winning! Look at me. I thought I would be so winning. Now here I am being so losing. I'm so losing. But yeah, my point is that I need to worry about things less. I know too much. And I don't know, I remember seeing a thing that's like, you need to stop worrying about, like... What was it? How did they phrase it? It was like... You have to stop worrying because the stress from worrying about the thing will kill you before the thing you think is going to kill you is going to kill you, or something like that. You know? I think that's my situation. Give me rescue rice, I love Gimp. We're gonna go now. Have a good one. Have day. Have day. Thank you for being here. Risky rice. Risk of rice. Risk of rice. Okay. Zhonging. To remember how to zhong. What are you doing? Where I have to go. Maybe exercise today. Yesterday was Thanksgiving. It was Canadian Thanksgiving. Canadian Thanksgiving. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess I didn't eat as much as I have in other years, but also, like, Canadian like, I don't know. The way my family does Thanksgiving is, like, a lot of, like, a solid chunk of the meal was vegetables. Like, I feel like I'm usually not the kind of person to be, like, super stuffed on Thanksgiving, because, like, it's usually, like, because, like, what was the meal yesterday? There was, turkey. There was bread and there was mashed potatoes, but I went for just the bread because I figured I don't need like a second starch if I already have the bread. There was, I guess, some like appetizers, like we had like crackers and cheese before, but I didn't have too much of that. There was parsnips. There was bean salad. There was more beans, like green beans. I guess cranberry sauce. There was like stuffing and gravy for the turkey. But I can't say like, I guess maybe there was outside of dessert. And I guess one alcoholic beverage. I didn't eat that much. I wasn't like super stuffed by the end. Yeah, I used to be super stuffed and I instantly regret it because I was always like 5 pounds over for the wrestling because Thanksgiving was the middle of the season. Oh, dang, alcoholic Eggy. It wasn't alcoholic. I had one alcoholic beverage. Unfortunately, I did kind of underestimate it. I did underestimate it. But it was fine. It was fine. It was one drink. It was one can of vodka soda. It was an okay vodka soda. Like, it was something that somebody else brought. So it was fine. I don't know if I would buy it, like, on purpose, but it was fine. Getting trashed at family events. It's one drink! I had one alcohol. It was a fairly big alcohol, but it was one alcohol. One singular alcohol. I remember my first beer in Denver at Altitude was like, oh Jesus, this is bad. Wait, so does being drunk in, like, further above sea level, like, affect it? Too much? Was Thanksgiving nice? Yeah, it was decent. I got to see Eggy's sister. She was telling me about her, how she now has a fish tank with a lot of tiny shrimp in it. tiny baby shrimp in it. Apparently what had happened is because, like, her boyfriend had, like, an aquarium. And, like, I guess he was growing some kind of, like, small, like, baby shrimp in there. And then when they moved, they both, like, I guess when they moved at some point, there were, like, the tank, like, you know, didn't get cleaned properly at some point in the process. And a bunch of algae started growing, which caused, you know, because, like, the shrimp would eat algae, right? So the fact that there was so much algae meant that the shrimp were able to eat a lot, which meant that they were able to, like, reproduce a lot. So there was, like, she's like, yeah, we now just have, like, just a huge tank of, like, baby shrimp. And also, on top of that, she also said, she's like, because they've all been in the same tank, she's like, I think they've, like, inbred so much that they've changed color. Like, I think it was, like, when they got them, the shrimp were, like, red, and then now after, like, several generations of them breeding, I think they've become blue. Like, just because I guess they're only breeding with what's in the aquarium, right? Time to get another aquarium that eats them. Well, I mean, I think she said that, like, there are some other fish in the tank that I guess eat some of the shrimp, so it's not like the population's gonna, like, explode. And also she said, like, shrimp are very tiny, so, like, it's very likely that there are many shrimp that would get, like, you know, sucked into the draining system, or, like, you know. There are many ways that a shrimp may not survive. Let's get this straight. Eggy's sister is a graduate musician and her boyfriend has a biotank, and we get Eggy, the basement-dwelling weeb, as a streamer. Even worse, her boyfriend is a scientist. He does, like, important science. I asked her if I asked her if he gets to say Eureka every time he like figures something out at work, and she said she also asked him the same question. Life's tough when small for one very small shrimp. She showed me a picture. She's like, "Oh yeah, this is like what a baby shrimp looks like," and I had to like squint to figure out where in the picture it was. But yes, I am the less accomplished sibling. I don't know how people keep mixing us up. I guess we have similar haircuts now. It's cute that you both thought the same thing to ask him. I don't know, I'm sure there's gotta be somebody else in this chat who like works in some kind of scientific research field. I don't know, do you guys get to say Eureka when you figure something out? You have a degree though. I do, but like, have I used it? It's also just a bachelor, she has a master's. Yeah. Eureka might not be usual in the field. Well, I know that, like, Eureka is usually not how science works, right? Like, I know she mentioned, she's like, according to him, like, most of what he does at work is actually just, like, take pictures of stuff. Like, she says that she, like, toured the lab that he works at once, and she's like, yeah, like, half the machines there were just, like, various things to take pictures of organisms. So, a lot of the work is kind of just, like, you know, this is what this thing looks like before, and now we're gonna look at it after we do a thing to it, and this is what it looks like now. Which, again, is, like, scientifically important, but not exactly, like, Eureka, you know? Technically, the degree I have is called Fire Science, on my firefighter shirt, so I'm a scientist of it. Fire Science. The science of fire. Oops! 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 3010 Gaming, okay. Fire Science. Fire Science. Although I guess it's probably more the science of, like, the opposite of fire. My best friend is a rocket engineer going on top secret stuff, and occasionally he'll send me, like, rocket fuel exploding, like, oh jeez. I don't know, what is it? It's not rocket surgery. I'm a computer scientist, so when my code doesn't work, I say, ah, shmatta. Computer scientists, when the computer does the thing they want it to do. Eureka! Fire scientists, when the fire goes out. Eureka! Political scientists, when, man! In political science, you don't get any Eureka moments. Political science, when your predictions for what was going to happen happens. That's not really a Eureka moment. Because I don't think anybody has ever, like, been like, oh, I thought a good thing was gonna happen, and then it happened, and I'm like, yeah, I was right. People only feel vindicated when it's, like, a bad thing that happens. As a fire scientist, of things going wrong, I'm like, oh shit. Holy moly. Yeah. Computer scientist, when the computer does what you want it to do. Why does that work? Yeah, it's not really Eureka. It's just like, well, okay, it's working now, so I'm just not gonna mess with it. Oops, oops, oops. Here we go. You can if you're honest, though. Poli-sci is more descriptive most of the time. Yeah, it's usually like political science. I mean, they call it science, but it's like, I guess it's the social sciences. It's a lot harder to Eureka in the social sciences, I think. Because usually it's not like you've, like, discovered a new thing. I think usually social sciences is more like you have now found a new word to describe a thing that has already existed.
トラとリンダどっちが好き選んで
Like, we're usually not making any new, like, breakthroughs in public policy, you know? It's less of a science and a mix of good people and domestics. I mean, I guess it's more like it's a social science, right? So it's not like... I guess it's more like looking at things that are already happening. Because that's the thing with political science as well, right? Is that, like, you can't, like, if you wanted to do a study for something that is, you know, political science related, you can't exactly,
リーチニャ
you can't exactly have a control group, right? Like, usually I feel like when you're trying to do a study for political science, a lot of it is like trying to make observations and get information on stuff that is currently happening, right? It needs natural experiments. Yeah, but how do you do that, right? Like, okay, let's just build like a separate society where, like, because it's not like, even like something like psychology, which I know has its own issues with like replication. But even then, it's usually like, okay, we're gonna have one group where we're gonna do this to them, and then we're gonna compare it with a second group, just to be sure. We're gonna compare it with a second group where we're not gonna do this thing to them. Just to make sure that, like, our findings aren't, like, there isn't some variable we didn't account for, right? But you can't really do that with political science, because we all kind of exist in society, so we can't just be like, okay... You can't, because there's so many variables, too. Like, you can't even do a thing where it's like, okay, we're gonna try this in one country, and then compare it with a country where we didn't do that. But, like, those countries might have a lot of other different factors, you know? Like, culture, economics, government, other things happening in the country at the time. Like, you can't run political science experiments because that's not really how that works. Here's a story to demonstrate. I was in a practice structure we acquired for live fire training, and while inside, someone turned off the water to the hose. It was so hot I could feel my hands and knees getting burned. The floor lemonade started boiling. And to show how undramatic I am, my only thought was, well, time to join the killed and training statistics. Why did somebody turn off the water to the hose? Was that like part of the exercise, or did they just not know what they were doing? Oh, he thought we were done. You fool, there was still fire! There's still fire! Well, like, I don't know. I know... Most of what I know at fire was like what you're taught in like elementary school as a kid. You have to stop, drop, and roll. You have to... Don't run through a door if it feels hot. Don't throw water at an electrical fire. Are you playing stealth games? Not on purpose. Not on purpose. Hopefully this will get us. See, this puts me into the negative. I've sacrificed myself. You're welcome. We're out of purgatory. Thank you, Lord Pummeluff, for sparing us all. And thank you, Barakla and Dances with Yushi for playing. There we go. But yeah, what is it you're supposed to throw at electrical fires again? Is it flour? I don't think it's flour. Maybe it was sand? No, it would probably be flour, because I don't know who would have sand around. Schools to teach more people how to not throw water at oil fires. Yeah, that's the other one you're not supposed to throw. Use a chemical fire extinguisher. Does a fire extinguisher just work on everything? Like, regardless of the source? Turn off the power, that too. More South games? Hopefully not. These are supposed to be East only, but they will go South if they last too long. There's different types of extinguishers, A, B, and C. Fire extinguishers say what kind of fire they're for. Ah, okay. Oh, question actually that I've always wondered. What happens if you use an expired fire extinguisher? Because, like, I know, like, there's been a few times where, like, my family would have to get a new one when we'd never used the old one. But, like, what do you do? Not, like, what do you do with it, but, like, what happens if you use it? Does it just, like, not work? Does it not spray properly? Or, like, is it, like, a pressure thing? Is it, like, how, like, soda will go flat if you don't drink it after, like, years and years and years? It says 2-wind match? Oh, I guess that was by accident. Whoops. Might not work purely because of pressure might be bad. Okay, so it's like a pressurized thing. It's not like there's like anything in the inside of it. Like none of the ingredients are like going bad or something, right? Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I've always wondered that because I always thought like our fire extinguishers would have like expiry dates. And we would replace them. But it was like, I don't know, I guess I just never thought of them as like a thing that would expire. But I guess that makes sense. Also smoke alarms. Why do smoke alarms have an expiry date? Like aside from the fact that they just get old? Depends on what medium it is. It can go flat, but it'll not be enough volume-wise as is required, or it'll just not come out. Ah, okay. Hello, jail lurker. Some fire extinguishers have a glass bottle attached that you have to open first. Okay. Oh, and I guess the gas bottle can expire. Smoke alarms might get worse at detecting. Jita, do you mind switching characters so I don't potentially get banned on YouTube? Thank you. Mahjong Soul is like, with every new character they are like stretching their abilities. You need to create a new room to change match on East only. You know what it is? I initially set the room for East only, and then I think when I got kicked out of when the game kicked me out of the room by accident, and I couldn't get back in, I think the new one I made, I accidentally made it 2-wind. Yeah, I guess I can't change it. Ooh. Yeah, A, B, C, and K might be your most common. A is for typical stuff like paper, wood, grass. B is like gasoline and other accelerants. C is for electrical, and K is for cooking. Cooking? Oh, I guess for like oil and stuff, right? D is for metal burning, and if that's happening, you're probably dead anyway. I guess that makes sense, because like I feel like all the fire extinguishers we had were in like the kitchen, which I guess makes sense. Yeah, like oil fires. I don't know. Once I did cause a small kitchen fire, but I was able to put it out with just like blowing on it really hard. I don't know. It was fine. It was minor and my grandma thought it was funny. It's fine. There was one time, this was like last year, I think. This wasn't so long ago. I had been cooking pasta, and the first time I cooked pasta, I had used a bigger pot, and then this time I was using a smaller pot, because I thought I had used a smaller pot the other time, but turns out I was using the bigger pot. And so basically I was cooking pasta in like a pot that probably wasn't big enough for that. And I did the thing, because you know with pasta when you do the thing where you like just like put it in the pot and then like as it cooks then like it goes in further into the pot so that like it, you know, the water is boiling. And it just like sinks in. But the thing is that if you do it with a pot that's not big enough, then it will start, the pasta, instead of sinking into the pot, it will start to bend over the edge of the pot. And then it will, if you are using a gas stove, it will potentially touch the fire that is going underneath your pot. and then your pasta will catch on fire, and then you will go and then go and then, like, you know, assuming that, like, you weren't cooking too much pasta at once is probably gonna be fine. And then your grandma will laugh at you. And that's how it goes. I had the fire department called many times when I was young, probably why I became one. The thing is, I think that's the first time I'd ever actually, like, set anything on fire in any meaningful way. Like, I had definitely burned food before, but it wasn't burned in the sense of, like, it caught on fire. It was burned in the sense of, like, I left it in the pan too long kind of thing, right? Yeah, you can squeegee it in with a fork once it's part of the water. Yeah. I think, no, my lesson was just use the bigger pot. Why did you use the smaller pot, you fool? That was just a lesson. That was my takeaway from it. Just use the bigger pot. And since then, I have used the bigger pot. I don't know, I guess it was just, like, it was around the time when I, like, first moved here. Because I think I was still getting used to using my grandma's pots and pans. Because, I don't know, it's like, you know when you, like, learn to cook from your parents' pots and pans, and, like, that's just what you learn to work with, and then you try to use a different pot, and you're like, excuse me, this pot is wrong. And, like, there's nothing wrong with the pot. It's just that, like, it's not what you're used to. Even my mom would try to get rid of some of her pans. Like, the last time I went to visit, she had gotten, like, a whole new set of, like, of pots, and I was like, how do I use any of this? How do I use any of this? Like, there was even one frying pan that I asked her not to get rid of, because I'm like, this is my eggs pan. This is the pan where I fry eggs because I know it's good for that. Do not get rid of it.
姫、今日も全力で行くがやく席に着くにゃ。
I don't know. I'm like halfway considering. I was like, when I go visit Eggy parents, well, because like I'm going back to Eggy parents for a few days, not this week, but like next week. Like I mentioned, I have like a friend who's getting married, and I'm gonna be staying where my parents are, obviously. So I'm like, maybe I should, I don't know. I wonder if I can put like a day aside and do like a cooking stream, since the kitchen is much better equipped for that. If I can find a time when there's nobody in the house. Because my mom does like to hang around the kitchen. Because there's things I would like to make. I just don't know if, like, the house here is the best place to do it, you know? I can bring my laptop. I can bring my, I can bring my lav mic, my lapel mic. I can bring that. I don't know what I would make. Maybe, I don't know, lately I've been thinking about tomato soup. Like last year, that was like all my YouTube recommendations. Like, YouTube was like, I hope you like tomato soup, because we're just gonna show you nothing in your shorts feed except tomato soup recipes. But maybe I will make tomato soup. Maybe I should make tomato soup. Because the thing is, the other thing too is that, like, tomato soup, like, a lot of the times it involves, like, roasting vegetables of some kind. So really half the stream would probably just be yapping. Because it would be like, you know, prepare the vegetables, season the vegetables, put them in the oven for like 35 minutes at least, possibly more. So that's just yapping, because there's nothing going on there. And then you take the vegetables out, and then you put them in the blender, and then you have to put that in a pot. Yeah. We had tomato soup after dinner today, admittedly with chicken and pasta in it. Oh, that sounds tasty. No, I was thinking like a creamy tomato soup kind of thing. Because I know a lot of it is like, okay, roast your vegetables, then blend your vegetables in the blender. Then you put that mixture into a pot. And then you know, you add other stuff to it, like you add oil and heavy cream and such. And then you have soup. I guess in the meantime, I don't know, I guess there's other things you can make while the soup is, like, while the vegetables are roasting in the oven. Maybe I could do... what could I do? I was gonna say I could make like a grilled cheese or something, but I was like, that's gonna be cold by the time the soup is ready, right? There's still a lot of steps after that. It's no longer the fire triangle, it's a fire tetrahedron, because now there's 4 things for fire, heat, air, fuel, and now chemical reaction. Was there just not chemical reactions before? Or was there like one category that got like split in 2 or something? Chemicals just not react until recently? Make the grilled cheese 10 minutes before the soup is finished, however long the grilled cheese takes. Well, it's more just because, like, the last step of the soup is happening, it would have to happen in tandem with the grilled cheese. Because the last step of the soup involves putting other stuff in the soup. Like, you have to be attending to the soup, right? You're babysitting the soup. Because, like, I don't even think you'd be, like, warming the soup that much at the end. I guess you'd just be keeping it warm. But, because, like, the soup is going to be warm before that, because the vegetables you took out of the oven and put in the blender are probably still going to be a bit warm. Yeah, like, the last steps are just adding things. So I'm like, I don't think the last 10 minutes of soup would be a good time to try to, like, multitask. But I could do tasty soup, maybe. If I have time. I haven't figured out quite what my schedule will be, because, like, I know that I guess I will be busy. Well, I mean, I'll be getting, I don't know. Imagine I'd be getting there before Saturday. And then I'd be busy Saturday. I don't know. I haven't decided how long I'll stay. I imagine I'd probably leave on, like, Tuesday or Wednesday. Because, like, I was talking to a friend, because the thing is that, like, my friends are, like, employed and stuff. So, like, even if I hang around, it's not like they're available all the time. Yay! Discarded 2 Dora, that's fine, I guess. But, like, yeah, if I stay for... yeah, so, like, if I stay for, like, until Tuesday or Wednesday of the week after, like, obviously there'd be some days I'd be doing things, but, like, there'd be other days where I just, like, have nothing planned, so I'm like, I guess I could stream. Tomato, of course, what else pairs with grilled cheese perfectly? Grilled cheese. Grilled cheese. Grilled cheese. Soup. But yeah, now I've been put on microwave hot pot YouTube shorts. But the difference is that, like, I already have like 80% of the ingredients that I need for that here, so I'm like, I'm not too concerned about that. Enjoy a good soup. It's soup. Soup. Costco has instant pho. I kind of want to try it. Yeah, I don't think I've tried an instant pho. I think I've seen it at my grocery store too. I don't think I've had, like, any kind of instant noodles thing for a while now. I feel like the last time I had one, it was, like, so disappointing that I just, like, didn't... I was so disappointed with it that I just, like, didn't go back to instant noodles. I was like, this is too many calories for nothing. For nothing. Like, it was one of those, like, because I have one grocery store here, that they, like, import they import cup noodles from Japan, but they also import, like, the weird, like, limited time cup noodle flavors, as well as just, like, the normal ones. So I think they had one, and some of the, like, limited time, like, flavors, or, like, the funny novelty flavors, some of them are really good, and some of them are just, like, really, really mid. Because I had one that was, like, it was like this French, like, creamy stew one, and that one was really good. And then I tried this other one that was, I think it was supposed to be like, pasta l'assassina. You know, like the like Italian, like, I guess like spicy spaghetti type thing. And that one was like disappointing enough that I didn't eat instant noodles after that. Ever again. Yeah, I haven't checked H Mart for instant noodles in a while, though. But I don't. The H Marts I've been to are pretty small, so I imagine their selection would probably be smaller. I don't know. Someday I will have bulldog ramen, but I feel like that's gonna be a punishment. I have it on the list of, like, the mental list of, like, if I ever do a subathon, that's gonna be a punishment. That one's going on the list. I will have to eat a spicy food, but only if you give me enough money for that to happen. For $1 bajillion, I will eat a spicy food. I don't know what would be, like, an appropriate level of spiciness. Bowl feels less instant since it's got so many, like, bone and beef broth kind of deals. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I think about, like, instant pho, because, like, isn't it, like, faux broth? I found, like, a recipe for it once, and it's one of those things you gotta, like, simmer for 8 hours. I even asked somebody about this once, and they're like, yeah, usually restaurants will just prepare, like, one giant batch of broth in the morning, and they just keep it simmering throughout the day. So I'm like, how to replicate that flavor when it's, you know, a powder that's been simmering for, you know, 3 minutes or something? You don't eat any spicy food? I don't know. I think the thing is, like, it's not like I can tolerate zero spice. I'm trying to think of, like, stuff I've eaten that is spicy that I like. I like... Tteokbokki is pretty good. I like kimchi. I don't know if I've ever tried, like, spicy Mexican food. The thing is with restaurants is I don't trust when they say this is spicy and this is not spicy. I don't trust any restaurant. Because I've definitely had things that I've ordered that they said weren't spicy and then they were spicy, and I've also had things that I ordered with the impression that it was going to be spicy, and then they just, like, weren't. So, like, I don't believe anybody anymore. Yeah, I had a pho place near my college. It was like $2 a bowl, and they just made, like, mega cooker each day. And when they were out, they were out. And it was good because there was elderly women playing shogi and mahjong in the back. I don't know. I remember going to I went to a Vietnamese restaurant recently, and I don't know, it was kind of a weird experience because, like, in previous EGGY City, there was a lot of Vietnamese restaurants, but they were all, like, establishments that had been around for ages. Like, you know, this is, like, a restaurant that's been in business for over a decade, and, like, it looks like one, right? Like, this is, like, a small business that's been here for a while. But the one I went to the other week was, like, this, like, one that had, like, only recently opened, like, I think, like, a month ago or something. Like, it was something new, and it just felt weird to be in, like, I don't know, it just, something felt out of place being in a Vietnamese restaurant that was new and shiny. Like, I feel like every Vietnamese restaurant I had been to was like, it's not like they were like old and run down, because many of them, like, they still looked good. It's just that, like, they looked like they had been there for a long time. Like, this looks like a place with a history. Whereas, like, this one's like new and shiny, and I'm like, huh? Huh? I feel like sauces tend to be a good measure for spice. Yes, is it spicy as sriracha, Tabasco, Frank's? I don't know, I don't eat a lot of stuff with hot sauce on it. There's some hot sauces that, like, I could probably tolerate if I put it on something. But, like, let me think of spicy foods I like. I guess tteokbokki. My problem with spicy foods as well is that there's things that I can tolerate one bite of, but I can't survive, like, finishing the dish. You know? Okay, actually another benchmark is, when I eat Shin Ramyun, I usually add a bunch of cheese to it to, like, because Shin Ramyun on its own for me is too spicy. It's one of those things, Shin Ramyun on its own, I can eat one bite of it, but to try to finish the whole bowl, my mouth kind of hurts by the end. So usually I add, like, cheese to it to kind of, like, I guess neutralize the flavor. Have you tried green Tabasco? No, I have not tried a lot of hot sauces, to be honest. I think the only ones I've tried are, like, sriracha and I don't know, my mom likes, the one my mom likes is, Cholula, I think. My mom is more of a hot sauce person than I am, actually. Cholula is the one my mom likes. So I think I've tried a little bit of that. It's milder than the usual Tabasco, but probably as vinegary. Ah, okay. Cholula is fantastic. Yeah, I don't know. I think my mom... Somebody else recommended it to her. She had a friend that recommended it to her, and she's just been, like, buying that ever since. I don't even remember what she bought before Cholula. She just, like, found out about it and then just never went back. I remember once I saw, like, ages ago, I think this was, like, 2017 or 2018, I saw something advertised to me that was, like, this makeup company had done, like, a collaboration with, sriracha, like the hot sauce, and I just remember looking at it, and it was like, they had made this eyeshadow palette that was, like, hot sauce themed, and it was, like, one of those things where I'm just like, okay, these colors are pretty, like, they were, like, these very bright, like, bold reds and oranges and stuff, but also just, like, conceptually, I don't know if I like the idea of, like, putting hot sauce on your eyelids, you know? Like, I know that's not literally what you're doing, but just, like, on a conceptual level, like, when I'm putting on eye makeup, when I'm bringing things close to my eyes, hot sauce is typically not the thing I want to be thinking about. I usually use ranch seasoning to dull the spice. Oh, for Shin Ramyun? Yeah, usually I use 2 cheeses. Well, it's the same kind of cheese, but, like, I use 2 slices of it. So usually I would do, like, I do, like, the pre-wrapped, like, you know, Kraft singles, right? So I would put one in while the broth is, like, cooking, while the noodles are cooking. Because that one would get mixed into the broth. So the broth gets, you know, creamy and cheesy. And then I would have a second one that I would put on top of the noodles once they're done cooking. And that one would melt pretty quickly too. And yeah, it would be, so I'd have cheese in the broth and then cheese on top as well. I've had a lot of hot sauces, and in my experience there was 2 camps. One is we made a really tasty sauce that happens to have spice, and we wanted to make a sauce that's as hot as possible but it tastes like battery acid. Well, that's what I always thought with hot sauces. I'm like, I'm sure there are some that are good, it's just that, like, every time I see the marketing for them, they're like, you're gonna burn your asshole or something. Like, I feel like this probably depends on the audience you're going for, because I imagine there's probably people who, like, buy and use hot sauce because they like how it tastes, and there's probably people who, like, buy it as, like, a way to show off, you know? But I don't know. I guess I'm definitely not the second kind of person. I think there is like at some point there has to be a point where this is just like some kind of masochism, right? Like whenever I talk to people who are like, I don't want to eat anything that's not spicy enough, I'm like, you good? It's like eating nothing but hot sauce just to feel something. Yeah, or people who smoke all their life and the only thing they can taste anymore. Oh yeah, I guess smoking would probably affect that, wouldn't it? Because yeah, I don't know, I just like, at some point I'm just like, there are other flavors. There are other flavors. うわ。I don't know, I might have to be snacking soon. I haven't decided what to make for lunch either. Maybe I'll just end up with protein slop. Because, like, everybody else took all the leftovers from Thanksgiving, so I don't think, I'll have to ask my grandma, I don't think there's anything left. And I don't know. Maybe I can do... I don't know, I really want to do microwave hot pot. But also, I only have like half the ingredients for that. I would need to buy them tonight, probably. Maybe I could do it tomorrow. Because like, I could do... What's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Wednesday. It's like, what would I need for that? I would need... Because like, a lot of the ingredients I already have. Like, I have soy sauce. I have, I would need the thin cuts of meat, but I have... Like, I don't know, I guess the ingredients, in terms of like the ingredients I already have, it's like stuff that's like easy to find, right? Like in terms of like seasonings and stuff, right? Like, cause I already have like, I already have the soy sauce. I guess I would need to buy some kind of broth. I would need to buy the meat. I need to buy tofu. Ooh, sumo. Enoki mushrooms, yeah, I need to buy mushrooms. I need to buy cabbage. I guess I don't actually have any of this, but like it's all stuff that like I could reasonably find pretty quickly. Yippee! Oyster sauce goes hard. Oh yeah, I should probably buy kimchi. But yeah, protein slop. Yeah, protein slop. It's like, you know when you have like a thing that's like, you know, this isn't like a meal, but like this is technically a meal, you know? Have you ever had meals like that? Where you're like, okay, this isn't like fine cuisine or anything, but like this has, you know, it's like when you do like canned tuna on rice with vegetables, with like steamed vegetables. That's protein slop. That's what I call protein slop. That's like, you know, it's a meal. TM. Yeah, I do that all the time. Yeah, it's like, this isn't cuisine, but like it has the necessary nutrients, and it doesn't taste horrible, so... But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be going to the grocery store tonight, so maybe I'll just pick up some more stuff. EGGY brand frozen dinners. It's a meal. Well, it's like, no, the whole point of protein slop is also that it's like fresh, right? Because like a frozen meal is a frozen meal. That's not protein slop. Protein slop is like, you freshly made this yourself. Like, you know, it's a meal. Tenpai is a very strong word for a Yu-Gi-Oh player myself. Isn't there like cards? Wasn't there like some like Mahjong themed deck of some kind a while back? I remember somebody telling me about that. Yeah, that's why I like Thai basil chicken. It's just thick chicken thigh, oyster sauce, soy sauce, chilies, and a certain amount of basil. You know what I've been really into recently? And not every Thai restaurant has it, but I've really liked the like coconut soup. I need to learn how to make that. I tried to look it up, but it needs like a lot of like really specific ingredients that I probably have to look for. But I have this like, yeah, like this like Thai, it's like a soup that has like chicken and like just, it's like chicken and coconut milk and then like 1 bajillion aromatics. Like it's really good. But also, I don't know where to find half of these things. Probably Tom Kha Gai. Yeah, I think it's that one. I think it's that one. It's not spicy. Well, maybe it's like, or at least it being spicy is not like the main function of it. But it's yummy and tasty. Yeah, coconut milk on its own is a pretty neat addition to soups instead of dairy. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I had this golden coconut latte, but it just made me think of that soup. Oh yeah, is it like seasonings? It's like coconut milk and seasonings. But yeah, it's very tasty. I recommend trying it and eating it. It's very tasty. I'd have to look for the ingredients though. I feel like there's been one time where I've like ordered I've ordered Thai food and I just ordered the soup. Like I didn't even order like an entree. I was just like, give me the soup and give me some rice and I guess mango sticky rice dessert. And that's all I need. Skip all the entrees. Just give me a soup. Give me the soup. Give me the tasty soup. Give me the yummy soup. I don't need curry. I don't need noodle dishes. Just give me the soup. I don't know. Well, it seems with Thai restaurants I'm drifting towards the soup. But then when it comes to Vietnamese restaurants, I feel like lately I've been like drifting towards the thing on rice. Like, you know, the kind of like meat on rice kind of dishes when it comes to Vietnamese food. I'll still get the soup occasionally, but I feel like I've been drifting away from the Vietnamese soup and towards the Thai soup. I'm drifting away from the Thai other things to the Vietnamese other things. Soup. Lemongrass beef rice noodles, yummy. You can't say this. It's like, I'm hungry. I'm gonna be hungry. I'm gonna have to get up and eat a snack. Everyone stop talking about foods. No more foods. No more foods. No more foods. I have fallen off diet so hard. I have fallen off diet so hard this weekend. Not just with Thanksgiving, but I also went out for... When I went to, like, big fancy macaron cafe, I had way too much food. I severely overestimated how much I could eat. To be fair, when I got there, that was after I'd been on the phone with like customer service for our phone and internet for like 2 hours. So there was kind of that too. You still logged what you ate? Yes. Do I need to screenshot? Do I need to take screenshots to get you to believe me? I mean, granted, that day, like, I'm on... Hold on, let me open up my phone and, like, look at my calorie counting app. Because it tracks you, like, it tracks, like, your streak. Like, how many days in a row you've logged your calories. I've logged my calories for... As of today, Tuesday, October 14th, I have logged calories for 127 days in a row. Are you kidding me? Ooh. I mean, were they always accurately logged? Not necessarily, but that kind of depends. Like, you know, if you eat at a restaurant, it's a lot harder to log calories, so sometimes you just kind of have to, like, do your best. But, yeah, no. On Saturday, I ate way too much foods. They were yummy foods, but I ate too much of them. I probably shouldn't have ordered that last cake. I ordered, so I had a, like, salmon, like a smoked salmon poisson. It had, like, cream cheese and smoked salmon in it, and it was very yummy. And then I had a salad that came with that, and that was, like, normal. It was like salad with dressing on it. And then I had a I had this cocktail. And the last time I went to this place, I didn't even realize they had cocktails, because I think the last time I went, I wasn't old enough to drink. But this cocktail was like, it was like $20. It was like expensive. It was also possibly one of the like best alcoholic beverages I've ever had. It was like, it had like raspberry juice and like this like rose syrup. It was like this like rose flavored drink that was also creamy because they like, it was basically a dessert. I shouldn't have ordered dessert because that basically should have been the dessert. And it came with like a macaron on top. Like that was basically the dessert. But then I was a fool and then ordered another cake after, which was also very tasty, but also I was so full at that point that I was just like, ugh. Did it have a name too? I think they just call it like the macaron rose, because they use a rose flavored macaron on it. Oh yeah, and then I had some fancy tea. That was yummy. But yeah. Putting stuff in croissants feels weird to me. Does it? I feel like I've had a, like, croissant as like a sandwich bread feels pretty common here. Being tall is kind of OP when you want to eat tasty food, I guess. I bet. Probably is. But yeah. I got a gram scale I could put in my bag, though I rarely use that. See, I mean, my scale is too big. And also, just like, firstly, I consider that to just be weird, insane person behavior. But also, too, my problem usually with eating out is not so much that I don't know how much the portion is, because I've gotten better at eyeballing that. The problem is I don't know how the recipe is, right? Because when I cook at home, I can be like, okay, I use like 10 grams of this, and 30 grams of that, and 500 grams of this. Whereas, like, when it comes to eating out, it's like, I don't know how much of each ingredient they put in here. I can guess. You know, maybe the menu might have like calorie counts, but like the best I can do is just guess, you know? Yeah, if you need the grams, then that's how it is. But yeah, usually it's not like, the problem is not that I don't know the final weight of the thing. Usually it's more like I don't know the recipe of the thing. Because there's a lot of things that can be like deceptively heavy, right? Like even I've done it by accident at home where it's like, oops, added too much oil when I was cooking this thing. Now the calorie count's a bit higher. Or like I put more of this in here than usual, so now I have to like basically treat this as a new dish kind of thing. Yeah, usually with fast food places it's a little easier because if it's a chain, they usually have like a website where they put up like the nutrition facts for stuff. But for like, you know, small single restaurants, it's a little more difficult. Oh, I just realized I have so many things I need to do today. I have so many things I need to do today. I have a thing I need to email to somebody. I have a form I need to fill out. I have to make another phone call to customer service about our phone and internet for like the 3rd time. If they send us like a 4th technician, I'm going to be quite angry. Like, we literally had another technician come yesterday. What keeps happening, I think, is that, like, lately it's like, okay. I have issue. Like, I have no phone or I have no internet, right? I call the ISP people. They pass me around to, like, for, like, 2 hours, they pass me around to, like, 3 different departments. And then after a while, they're like, you know what? We're gonna send a technician. They send a technician. The technician comes. The technician looks at it. He tells me to do something. He's like, call this number. I call this number. I tell them what needs to be done. And then they say, we don't know what the technician was talking about. This doesn't seem to be the issue. We're gonna investigate it more. And then I'm on the phone for like 2 hours again. And they pass me around to 3 different departments. And then they send another technician. This keeps happening. This keeps happening. The guy who came yesterday got it working. But there's still like, he's like, yeah, there's one more step. Just like, don't worry about it for today. There's like one more step that I need to deal with. I am tired. There's just too much to do. And I need to go exercise, and I need to do groceries. Oh, this week I still need to take care of my laptop battery. I still need to take the computer back to repair store. So I can get like a battery that works. Ah! I hate having to be Aaron's Eggy this week. I'm so much Aaron's Eggy. I'm just full of errands. Errand. Taskete errand. Oh, is it my turn? Is it my turn? After this one, I'll probably take a break. I'll probably go upstairs and grab something to eat. So that I can keep talking about food without going, ooh. It'll probably just be a normal snack, though. Yes, hello, Buick. Did you end up doing RMA for the third-party battery? Not yet. I need to take care of that. I just haven't not had time to take care of it. Like, I haven't been able to send it back, but I know, like, you said the warranty usually is pretty long, right? So it's probably... It's not like something... It's not the top of the priority list. But the computer still doesn't work. Like, I mean, it works, but, like, the computer doesn't, like... There is no power if I unplug it, which is frustrating. So I need to go get that taken care of. And then... What else do I need to do? I can do my Japanese homework, but that doesn't take too long. And then I have to do groceries. And then I have to... Maybe too late now since it was only a 30-day window. It's worth checking out what your options are. Yeah, like what do you do with like a battery that doesn't work? But wouldn't it technically count as like a warranty and not like a return window? Because I did technically use the battery. Like it's not in my computer anymore, but I technically used it. Like it immediately just broke, but like yeah, so that will be... Take care of that. I have to buy shoes. I have to... what else do I have to look for? I have to pack... Well, I don't have to pack yet. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. I'm sorry if this week if streams are shorter because I have too many things to take care of. I don't know. Then again, that's just also just like poor time management on my part. I realized yesterday, I think what my problem is that like, if nothing is happening at the current moment, I just live my life as if I'm waiting for the next thing to happen. Because I've realized one of the reasons I think I spend so much time like scrolling Twitter is just because like, I am like, running with the assumption that I'm like, okay, there's nothing that needs to be done right now. So basically I need to wait for when the next thing I need to do will come up. So instead of doing other stuff that I could be doing in the meantime, I'm mostly just like, I'm living as if I'm like perpetually in a waiting room. You know? I'm like, well, I guess there's nothing to do until then, might as well just scroll my phone. Alright. Good job to cursed player. You have won, so I guess you are now blessed player. Blessed player. And thank you to Drago Knight and Jita. Thank you for playing. Okay, so I'm going to take a momentary break. I'm going to go grab something to eat. And then I will be back momentarily. I guess maybe I'll use the washroom as well, so you get your silly face. You get your silly face. Where's my text? Here it is. Oh wait, no, hold on, I grabbed the wrong thing. I put this somewhere readable. There we go. There we go. Alright. GG, I sleep, have sleeping. Have sleeping. Alright. I'll be back momentarily. Whoop. Alright. I have returned. And... my water is boiling. My water is boiling in the kettle behind me, so I don't know if you can hear it. I'll have to get that up in a few minutes to go pour myself some water. But yeah, I am returned. I am returned. I have returned. Let's jong. And I've been once again kicked out of my own... I've once again been kicked out of my own room, so let's make a third one. Let's make a third one. The phrasing on your BRB ukulele is really great. Thank you. I actually made that music, I made it, like, back when I first debuted, and then I didn't redo it at any point, but I, like, went back and redid the mixing on it a little while later. But... Mahjong's still really cracking on AFK. I know! I wasn't even gone that long. So let's make a room. It'll be east only. Alright, new code 70512. 70512. Whoops, what is going on here? I appear to have a stuck key. Oh, that's what's stuck, okay. 70512. Let's pin that. And 70512. It's also going on YouTube. My third pin of the day. There we go. Hop in. We shall jong some more. On this Tuesday. You know, it was a holiday weekend, so it's basically Monday. You know? It's like when you get back to work after, like, a holiday, Monday. The Tuesday is basically the Monday. It's Tuesday. It's tenpai Tuesday. I just have to remember that tomorrow is Wednesday. I'm gonna get really thrown off this week. I need to do my Japanese homework. I need to do that too. That's like another thing on the list of things to do. That's not really an errand. It's just like a thing I need to do. I didn't schedule a stream for Thursday morning, I don't think. So I guess I got, like, you know, Thursday and Friday to do stuff. Since I don't have anything planned until Friday evening. Yeah, I can use those days to do things. I can definitely do things. I'll have plenty of time to do many things. The most beautiful snake in my area appeared in our apartment building. I hope it doesn't find my cats. You say this as if, like, there are other snakes in the area. You're like, I've seen a snake, but not as beautiful as this one. Like, you, like, stacked it up. You, like, power scaled it against the beauty of other snakes. I don't know. I don't think there is a lot of snakes where I live. I think outside of, like, zoos, I think I've only ever seen, like, an actual snake, like, in the wild, like, once. Like, I've seen snakes in, like, zoos and, you know, people's pet snakes and stuff, but, like, actual snake, like, once, I think. Ever. I looked at a guide of my local snakes. I had to make sure it wasn't venomous. Ah, okay. So instead of a venomous snake, you found a beautiful snake. Hello uphill. So, but yeah, like... Because like, what did we have in previous Eggy City? Previous Eggy City and current Eggy City are more or less the same. I think the one snake I ever saw was in previous Eggy City, though. But, like, here we'd have, like, I don't know. I guess, I mean, both places had, like, a lot of squirrels and rabbits, and here I think there's more raccoons, but there's raccoons there as well. I don't know, where I was in Japan, there wasn't, like, a ton of animals because it was kind of a man-made island. So I guess there was not, like, a lot of, like, native flora and fauna, because the native flora and fauna would usually be, like, fish and seaweed. Like, this was not, like, a natural thing to have happened. But there was a number of stray cats. I'd see them pretty often. Does Canada even have that many snakes? No, not really. Because, like, I feel like a snake is, like, an animal that is just, like, not winter-proof at all. Like, there's very few kinds of snakes that can survive the winter. So you don't see a lot of them in the wild here. There's probably some. Like, I imagine the one I saw in previous Eggy City was probably, I don't know if it was, like, someone's escaped pet snake or what. I have no idea how it got there, because the winters there were cold. So I don't know if snakes hibernate or something. But yeah, snakes aren't especially, they're not especially common up here. My local mammal wildlife didn't include cats for some reason, even though they included other invasive species. Maybe it was written before the cats showed up? I think we have some garter snakes here, but you have to look really hard in the grass to see them. I guess that's the other thing, is I'm not like a huge outdoors person. Imagine somebody who goes hiking a lot is probably like, oh yeah, there's all these things that live here. Oh, I went the other day, I was in like a walking path where I saw this sign as I was going into this, like, I guess forested area that was like, warning, coyote spotted in area, leave dogs on leash, and I'm just like, do I really want to cross through here? I did, in fact, not see a coyote there, but, like, I didn't even know coyotes lived around here. I have seen foxes around here. I know there was a fox who lived around here at some point, because I remember, like, I saw it actually twice. Both times it was, like, super early morning. It was, like, when I was walking to work. I ran into it. Not literally, but, like, there was one time I was waiting for the bus and I saw it running around across the street. And there was another time I saw it up much closer. Not, like, super close or anything, but, like, I was walking and it was, like, crossing through someone's lawn, and I saw it much closer. Yeah, the snake loose in my apartment definitely looks like a pet that got loose. I saw it's definitely a species kept as a pet. Okay, so this is not like a native snake to the area. I saw so many animals when walking for Picnic Bloom, though I walked at random hours of the day. I guess if you go in, like, you know, the crack of dawn, or maybe late at night, you'll see more. There was one time that, like, I was getting a ride home late at night, and I was about to get out of the car, and I saw something, like, run, and then realized it was a skunk, and I was like, you know what? I think I'm gonna stay in the car for a few more minutes. We definitely have a skunk in the area. There's a few animals that sometimes I hear running past my window. There's definitely a skunk. There's probably some raccoons. I've seen what I think might be someone's cat. Like, I saw something run by the other night. It was dark, so I didn't clearly see what it was, but I'm like 90% sure it was a cat. Because, like, it didn't look... It definitely wasn't a raccoon, because the tail was, like, you know, not raccoon-like. So it probably wasn't a skunk either. I'm like pretty sure it was Meow Meow. Like, you living in the woods? No, if anything, I live less in the woods than I was before. The house my family lived in when I was a kid was even closer to the woods. Like, we would regularly get deer in our yard. Like, they would eat our garden. It was kind of a problem sometimes. I don't know, I guess the only one I'm, like, really scared of is bears. I think we're too far into the city for bears to happen here. But, like, the chance of seeing a bear is, like, never zero. You know? Some areas of previous EGGY City, actually, like, some of the newer developments would actually occasionally run into bears. Because, like, some of the newer developments were like, built on top of, like, areas that I guess previously were, like, areas where bears would live. So, yeah. If you live in, like, a new suburban development, there's, like, a non-zero chance that you will have a bear in your backyard at some point. There's been a deer in my yards a few times this week and it looks sick. Ooh, no. I know Canada has big wildcats too, and wolves probably. We probably do, but I don't think they're there in this part of the country. I imagine probably the prairies have different wildlife, and probably up north as well. Nothing will ever beat my friend being so rural in Montana he can hunt deer from his hot tub on the back porch. There's just like, he's just out in the middle of nowhere. There's nothing there about the deer. There was a Benui next to my car yesterday. Yeah, I've seen a lot of Benuis lately. But yeah. No, bear's scary. I don't know, there's been times where like I've been like walking on a street. In a city, mind you. Like in a place that has been inhabited for a very long time. That is not near any major forests. And I just think I'm like, what would I do if a bear just showed up right now? Like if just a complete grizzly bear just like started running at me from down the sidewalk, you know? Read up on bear rules? What do you mean bear rules? Like I know that different kinds of bears there's different kinds of things you're supposed to do. Right? It's black bears the one, or black bears I think are the ones where you're supposed to look like big and intimidating and scare them away. And it's like grizzly bears is the one where it's just like, just run. Just run. Run uphill if you can. I guess also too, I mean to be fair, in a situation, like if a bear just suddenly just got like dropped straight into the street where I am, I feel like it'd be hard to predict its behavior. Because there'd be so much going on there. Right? Like, it's not just me. There's, like, cars and a lot of houses and a lot of noise. Like, there's just so much going on. I feel like the bear... Maybe the bear wouldn't go after me. Maybe the bear would just be, like, too overwhelmed. Because, like, again, in situations where I've heard of bears coming into cities, again, like I said, it's usually in, like, suburban areas where there's not, like, a ton going on, right? I don't think they're going to be going into, like, a main arterial road. But then again... Previous EGGY City once had a moose on the highway, so... Sometimes animals just go places. The area surrounding Denver had a lot of bears. I sound merry. A bear wants to see the needle in Toronto. A bear wants to go to the CN Tower. Bear wants to go to like a Blue Jays game. Hippo in the city. I mean, I guess Toronto does have a zoo. At some parts of the times of the year, there is hippos within city limits. There are also lions, or polar bears, and tigers. Hold on. I'm gonna pour myself some hot water. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to... That was all the hot water that was left in the kettle, so I guess I'm gonna have to mix that with cold water somehow. I guess I'll just pour some from my water bottle. Imagine naming your local sports team after a bear, then having the audacity to be shocked when one shows up. New superstition. We're only gonna, like, name our sports teams after, like, non-threatening animals in case one actually does show up. No more tigers, no more wildcats, no more bears. We're only naming them after, like, things we think we can beat. We're all like the garter snakes. Maybe different kinds of birds, you know? Probably if a bunch of eagles showed up, you'd probably be okay. Just like don't name your team the Seagulls, I guess, is all. If you name your team the Seagulls, like, you probably won't be in that much danger, but, like, you know, you might be very annoyed. Bear is not the name of bears. No more naming your teams the Grizzlies. No more naming your teams the Bears. No more naming your teams the Tigers. No more lions. No more rhinos. No more, let me see what else. What else is dangerous that people... I don't know, maybe you can name your team after insects. But it depends. Don't name your team the mosquitoes. Or the wasps. You know, the butterflies are probably fine. Maybe the dragonflies, that's fine. Or, I don't know, maybe you can name your team after something that doesn't exist. So, like, name it, like, the Dragons or something. Imagine naming your team the Dragons because you think they don't exist, and then, like, you accidentally prove the existence of dragons when they show up to the game. Bear is not the name of bears, it's the name they used to avoid summoning a bear by saying its name. What? Is that, like, the etymology of it? I always had that problem. Why do you name a team after a natural disaster in your area? Like hurricanes, avalanche, thunder, etc. That's like naming your team the 9/11s. Oh yeah, I play for the terrorisms. I play for the, you know, we're gonna... Maybe we need to start naming our sports teams after mild inconveniences. Like, no more hurricanes. We're now the light rain. The mascot for the Toronto Maple Leafs is a bear. Well, what do you think it was gonna be? A leaf? The original name bears were called in Proto-Indo-European is lost. Interesting. The Edmonton tax audit. There's our local sports team, the Late Buses. We're the slow Wi-Fi. I play for the item you wanted to buy out of stocks. Oh yeah, I play for the flat tires. Eggy, drink water? Okay. The Montreal being forced to speak English. No. Wait, I just realized, I'm like, because right now the Montreal hockey team is called the Montreal Canadiens, right? But weren't they, like, before they were, like, the Habitants, right? Like, which Habitants is literally just, like, the residents. Like, hold on, I'm gonna search this up just to make sure, because they still say go Habs go, which I think is where the Hab comes from. Montreal Canadiens. Wikipedia. Montreal Canadiens. Canadien de Montréal, Club de hockey canadien, colloquially known as the Habs. History of the Montreal Canadiens. Were they always called the Canadiens? I could have sworn they had another name. Okay, so Le Club de Hockey Canadien. The Canadiens changed their logo to a red C, interlocked with a white H. Ah, I see. So the H in the logo stands for hockey, though the long-standing misconception that it stands for Habitants led to the team being nicknamed the Habs. Okay, so they were never called the Habitants de Montréal. People just like looked at it and for some reason assumed that. Okay. They were always the Canadian. Because I always thought, I'm like, that'd be a weird name for a team. Like, these Habitants de Montréal. Like, Habitants is literally just, like, habitants, like, residents, like, the people who live there. We're like, yeah, I sure hope they are. Quebec Nordiques used to be a team. Oh, like, for Quebec City? Like, I know there have been teams that have changed their names. But yeah, I don't know. I also think that, what's another one? I think the Ottawa Senators is also kind of a dumb name. Was the Ottawa team ever called anything else? Hold on, can I find like a list of all NHL teams? Here we go, NHL teams. Okay. I'm just gonna like look at. Okay. Oh, but this is past and present. Wait, hold on a second. The Vancouver Canucks. Hold on. I'm looking at this now. What's a Canuck? Historic slogans Canadian. Like it says, now we have technically two teams in the league that are both basically called like Place Canada. The Canadian Canadians. What? Okay. Hold on. So you'll have to tell me for some of these if they still exist or not. But okay, Anaheim Ducks. That's a fine team name. Calgary Flames. I'm good with that. Edmonton Oilers. I mean, I guess Alberta has a lot of oil fields. Feels like a weird thing to name your team after, though. Los Angeles Kings. That's fine. San Jose Sharks. That's fine. Seattle Kraken. Sure, why not? Vancouver Canucks. Why are we the Canadian? Vegas Golden Knights. Did they have to be golden? Chicago Blackhawks. Okay. Colorado Avalanche. Sure. I mean, I guess avalanches are a thing that can happen in Colorado, right? Dallas Stars? Fine. Minnesota Wild. Minnesota Wild what? That's an adjective. Nashville Predators. Maybe not the word you would want to use to describe your hockey players, but okay. St. Louis Blues. I'm not sure that's a very good team either, considering isn't like, I don't know. I feel like having the blues is like a pretty universal, like, at least in English, considered to be like, meaning you're sad. Utah Mammoth, sure. Winnipeg Jets, sure. Boston Bruins. That's fine, I guess. Buffalo Sabres. Sure. Detroit Red Wings. Eh. Detroit Red Wings. Red Wings? Red Wings, okay. Florida Panthers, sure. Montreal Canadiens. Canadians, okay. Ottawa Senators. Why would you name your team after the government? Tampa Bay Lightning, okay. Toronto Maple Leafs. I mean, it's a tree. I guess it's Canadian. Why not? Carolina Hurricanes. That's fine, I guess. Columbus Blue Jackets. I mean, I guess we got the Red Wings and the Blue Jackets. I mean, I guess within baseball, you got the Red Sox and the White Sox, right? New Jersey Devils, sure. New York Islanders. I think this one also has the same issue as like Montreal Canadiens, where it's like, we are the people who live here, and I'm like, I'm not sure that's like enough to have as a team name. New York Rangers, okay, that's fine. Philadelphia Flyers, sure. Pittsburgh Penguins, that's fine. And then Washington Capitals. Okay, that's like another. Okay. Why? Is it Washington State or is it like Washington DC's team? It's Washington DC. Okay. That's like. Why do both national capitals have like such lame names? Like, Minnesota Wild isn't actually the original team. It was Minnesota North Stars. That makes sense. But then they moved to Texas and became the Stars. And the new team came back and became Minnesota Wild. Ah, okay. The Kraken is Washington State in Seattle. Oh, okay. Because, yeah, I was like, I don't know. Washington Capitals. We're called the Capitals because we're the capital. What? Do you have anything notable about you? It was the same with the Ottawa, too. It's like, do you have anything notable about you that isn't government? The Wisconsin Packers just refers to meat packaging companies. Seriously? Really? Wait, that's a football team. That's kind of depressing. I'm not gonna lie, that's a little bit depressing. It'd be weird when you realize the Alberta teams are oil and fire. Okay, that's kind of cool. I kind of like that. Isn't Ottawa a compromise? In what sense? Oh, we got another person. There we go. Let's jong. If I remember correctly, I believe, like, the capital of Canada was originally supposed to be Kingston, which is why it's called that. Isn't Ottawa a compromise between Toronto and Montreal? No, I think historically, I don't know if Toronto or Montreal were ever, like, suggested to be the capital. It is halfway between both, in that sense, yeah. And you think because it's halfway between both, you'd think more stuff would happen there, but it doesn't. Toronto, Montreal, and Quebec City had all served as rotating capitals of the province of Canada between 1841 and 1866. Rotating capitals. Imagine living in a time when the capital is rotating. I guess we just take that for granted nowadays. That the capital is in one place and it stays there. Imagine, like, the capital is, like, not the same thing it was, like, a week ago. I know Kingston is the believed birthplace of hockey. Oh, I did not know that, but that sounds plausible. Kingston is where, Queen's University is. That's where... I don't know. Both Northern Lion and Elon Musk went to school at various times. Didn't Japan have a rotating capital for the death of an emperor? Yeah, but that feels like, I mean, that kind of makes sense, right? Because I feel like if an emperor dies, there's like enough going on that you can keep track. But if the capital just rotates for like no apparent reason. You know the capital of Australia? Is this a trick question? Is it not Sydney? Is it like one of those things where it's like the biggest city is not the capital? Like how people think that Toronto is the capital of Canada?
Beach.
I don't know, somewhere in the world there's probably somebody who thinks that, like, New York is the capital of the States or something. Because I feel like in most countries, the most populous city is also the capital, but I know it's not the case everywhere. Like... Philadelphia was the original capital of the US? Really? Philadelphia. That's where they have all the cream cheese. I'm sorry. I don't know, there's like a number of American cities where I feel like I don't actually know anything about the city aside from the fact that it's an American city and like where in, like, you know, where in the States it is. Because I'm like, okay, Philadelphia. I know that's a city. I know there's a brand of cream cheese named after it. I know there's a... What's the same about Pittsburgh? I know Pittsburgh has a hockey team. Do not ask me any more questions about Pittsburgh. I don't know. I don't know. Or... One time I knew a person from New York asked if they were going back for the summer, and they basically said, heck no, that place stinks in the summer. But... the only person I know in New York is Beba. And I don't know, she stays there in the summer, I think. I don't think she goes anywhere else. Other than Beba, of course. Other than Beba. Yes, Pittsburgh is a steel city. It had the largest steel manufacturing plants from 1920s to 1970s. Ah, okay. Oh, so it was like a manufacturing city. What's another city I don't know much about? I guess a lot of stuff on the West Coast. Like, is Atlanta on the West Coast? Or is... No, Atlanta's in Georgia. That's on the East Coast, I think. I do not know much about Atlanta. I do not know much about... Atlanta is landlocked. Okay. That's a very weird thing to call it Atlanta then, you know? I feel like if I was a kid and I went to Atlanta, I'd probably be expecting like the ocean, because I would hear like, oh, it's like Atlantis. And then it would not be that. Oh, what else? What else do I not know much about? Seattle. I know Seattle is where iCarly took place, and I know Seattle has a big tower. And I know it's on the West Coast. I do not know anything else about Seattle. Yeah, Futurama had an episode about the mysterious sunken city of Atlanta. Oh yeah, because like I think of like Atlantis. I'm like, they relocated the city and then it sank. They put it on a coastline and then it sank. No, I mean, oh, Portland. That's another one I don't know much about. I don't know much about Portland. All I know about Portland is when people make fun of Portland, but I don't know enough about Portland to know if like the stereotypes about Portland are true or false. I guess I've technically been to Baltimore. I don't know much about it, but I've technically been there because that's like, I think when I've gone to MagFest, like the Airbnbs that I stayed in were technically not in DC, they were technically in Baltimore. So technically I've been to Baltimore. Ooh. Wonder if Atlanta was called that because of Atlantis. Well, in my mind, I'd be thinking it's like, oh, it's the Atlantic Ocean. But then the thing is like, it's not close to either ocean. Then I'm just like, well, what's the point? They're kind of true and kind of false. Depends which Portland stereotype. I don't know. Is there anybody from Portland here who can confirm or deny? It's not on fire, but they're also pretty weird. Yeah, like that's... You're right that that's like... I mean, they're not on fire. I do know that about Portland. Let's see. I'm still not 100% sure what New England is. I know it's like a collection of states. It's like, New England is kind of like a region in the same way that people refer to like the South to be like a collection of states. I don't know if, like, which states. I know like New England is like the like northeast part, right? Like it's like Maine and New Hampshire and a few other ones, right? Late hello egg for me. Hello Punkation. Good morning. Or good afternoon now. Have you won any games? Maybe? Not very many. I got off to a strong start, and then I guess I wasted all my luck on like the first 2 games. Yeah. Atlanta was not named because of Atlantis, but the name connection is there because both are linked to the Titan Atlas. Ah. Atlanta was named by a railroad executive who called it the head of the road for Western Atlantic Railroad, and the city was named after the railroad line. Interesting. Named after trains. There are worse things to name your city after. Depends on what the reference frame you ask for. The South. That's true. I don't know. There's some things in the South that I know are considered the South, right? Like, I feel like everyone considers like Alabama and Georgia to be like the South, right? Maybe Florida. That I know that much. But like, I don't know. Is Maryland the South? Is Washington, D.C. the South? New England is like Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Hampshire, Maine. Ah, okay. Give a history for Atlanta too that Eggy didn't read. I don't see it. Oh, okay, I missed it. I was busy zhonging. Florida is in its own category. Because like I always thought, like I never realized how close like Florida was to like, you know, the rest of the states in the South, because I always thought of it as its own separate thing. Technically, the South starts at DC. Okay, so it's like anything south of DC. I don't know, is Texas considered the South, or is Texas kind of its own thing? Because I know California, despite being in the southern half, is not considered the South, right? Like, I think California is kind of considered its own beast. The Mason-Dixon line is what's considered the South proper, and the line drawn in the Compromise of 1830 that made south of that line slave states and north of it free. Oh yeah, I guess you consider the South based on like, that was like Civil War stuff, right? Like, which side of the Civil War was this particular state like fighting on? I guess that makes sense. Okay, so it's not like a direction thing. It's just like an it's not an arbitrary direction thing. It's like there's like historical precedents for what's considered like the North and the South. And that probably explains, you know what, that might also explain why like some states that might be in the southern half wouldn't be considered the South. I guess that makes sense. I guess that makes sense. Historical precedents. The decisions of historical presidents. Yeah, the South is less geographic and more cultural. Okay. It's like how the Middle East is less geographical and more cultural. Ah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Or like how people will argue over like what counts as like East Asia versus South Asia versus Southeast Asia, right? Which, to be fair, Asia is such a weird continent now I think of it. Like, it's so big. And, like, there's nothing in common between, like, 80% of the countries in it, you know?
リーチ楽しみこの状況では
Ooh!
必要
There we go, my luck is back. Eggy luck has returned. Yippee! I didn't win, but yippee! Congratulations to Buick.
天下無双にゃ
I am third place Eggy, but thank you to Mahjong and Lurker. Thank you for playing. I don't know why I said thank you for sprouting almost. I'm like, no, you've probably already sprouted. Yeah, North America is kind of weird, just how it's just 3 countries taking up that space. Well, also apparently, like, North America is like a distinction that only people living there actually make. Like, I've heard that people in other places will just refer to the whole continent of, like, North America, like, you know, like, from, like, Canada down to, like, I guess Brazil. Like, everything from, like, top to bottom. Or is Brazil the one at the bottom? Epic geography fail. They will just, like, go from top to bottom, and they'll consider that just America. Like, the big continent of America. GG, nice Hanuman. GG to you, too. North to South Canada. United States and Mexico. I'm not calling it that. We're not calling it that. We're not calling it that. We're simply not calling it that. We can call it other things, but we're not gonna call it that, you know? Ooh, I'm gonna look at defunct National Hockey League teams since I still have the Wikipedia page open. What do we have before? What is defunct? The Arizona Coyotes, the Atlanta Flames, which presumably I guess became Calgary, I guess. Atlanta Thrashers. Okay, not bad. California Golden Seals. Is a seal like a thing you use to close an envelope? Or is this seals like art kind of thing? Cleveland Barons. Okay, that's not bad. Colorado Rockies. I guess there's worse things you can name after than a mountain. Hamilton Tigers. There wasn't any. Okay, I was gonna say there was an NHL team in Hamilton. Hamilton is not that big, but then I realized it said from 1920 to 1925. Okay, maybe it was more important back then. Hartford Whalers, from Hartford, Connecticut. From 1979 to 1997. Okay. The Whalers to me feels kind of like the Oilers, or it's like, was this important? Kansas City Scouts. Okay, sure, maybe. Minnesota North Stars. I think you were talking about this earlier. The Montreal Maroons. They played in the NHL from 1924 to 1938. Okay. Montreal Wanderers. Why are there so many Montreal teams? The Canadians and the Wanderers. Some of us lives here, and then the rest of us just kind of wander around. Oh, wait, hold on. We got one. We got a perfect follow-up to the Montreal Canadiens. We got the New York Americans. The New York Americans, colloquially known as the Americs. The Americs? Imagine paying... Like, it's one thing to play for the Habs, at least, like... Imagine playing for the Americs. We're a professional ice hockey team based in New York City from 1925 to 1942. The Americs. Oh yeah, we're the Americs. Let's go, Americs. Let's go. Let's go, Americ. What? Ottawa Senators. Wait, the Ottawa Senators still exist. Oh, original. Okay, there was like a different Ottawa Senators. I was like, they still exist, don't they? Philadelphia Quakers. Again, another thing, I'm like, interesting thing to name it after. Pittsburgh Pirates. Okay, that's a good name. That's a good name for a team. That's a good name for a team. Quebec Bulldogs. Okay, that's not bad. Quebec Nordiques. The Nordiques. St. Louis Eagles. Okay. The Toronto Arenas. Hold on, there's 3 different ones that are listed under Toronto, and they're all terrible. I'm glad we landed on Maple Leafs. Toronto Maple Leafs is catchy in a way that I don't think the Toronto Arenas, the Toronto Blue Shirts, or the Toronto St. Patrick's. What were the Toronto St. Patrick's named after? Like, I know it's St. Patrick's. Colloquially known as a St. Pat's. When did they exist? Okay, so they eventually became the Toronto Maple Leafs in 1927, which is probably a good call. Probably a good call. Toronto Blue Shirts, what was that? I mean, I guess they probably wore blue shirts, I'm assuming. Toronto Arenas. What? We are the arena. You cannot beat us at our own game. We are the arena. Oh wait, no, that was just the previous name. Oh my god, they went through so many names. Toronto Hockey Club from 1917 to 1918. Toronto Arenas from 1918 to 1919. Toronto St. Patrick's from 1990 to 1927. And Toronto Maple Leafs from 1927 until now. The Leafs occasionally do throwback jerseys to St. Pat's. It's green and white. It's not a bad jersey. Okay, I just feel like a St. Patrick's is just like not a very catchy name. But maybe it's just like, it's not what I'm used to. And then Winnipeg Jets. Okay, that's not bad. The New York Americans. Yeah, they sure are. They sure are. Alright, what time is it? It's 3:10. I think I will do one more game. We can do one more game. Let's do one more. Just one more. One more. One more jogging. At least, but yeah, San Jose Sharks, California, Texas, Florida. Why do you want a hockey team in a place where it doesn't get cold or snow? I don't know. I don't know. There's also, like, plenty of, like, baseball teams. Well, I mean by plenty, I mean one. Like, there are baseball teams and football teams in places where it's not very warm. Although I guess maybe, I don't know, Toronto is not the coldest place on Earth. And, like, I don't know, we got electricity. We can power an indoor arena. Football you can play snow or shine, hockey you need ice. I mean, yeah, but like hockey is almost always played indoors. Like, we're not getting a lot of like outdoor matches nowadays. Like, we got electricity. We figured out how to make this work. We have, all our arenas are already inside. We can control the temperature of the arena. Of the arena. Yes, but kids get their start on ponds. Do they? Maybe it depends where you live. I feel like when I was a kid, like, I did skate on, like, a frozen... It wasn't, like, frozen pond. I don't know. I think I definitely remember skating on, like, a frozen quarry as a kid. But, like, I don't know. Maybe I just didn't live somewhere that, like, was very icy. Helps grow the market with ease of access. California does get snow in the Sierras, but San Jose never snows. Lots of pond hockey. No, here's the thing, is that where I grew up, like, there was probably water that would freeze. There was definitely outdoor skating rinks, but they were the ones that they would, like, install in, like, public parks in the winter and stuff, right? Where I lived, I think we were, like, heavily discouraged from skating on ice because it was, like, because it was slippery. No, that wasn't the problem, because it was, like, not especially thick. I think there just wasn't a lot of places in the city, because where I lived, like, where I grew up, there was water. There was water, but there wasn't a lot of, like, still water. Like, a lot of it was, like, rivers and streams and stuff. So, like, there might be water that was frozen, but, like, either it would be, like, too thin. It would be too thin to, like, go on. And yeah, there just wasn't a lot of places that had, like, you know, sitting water. You ever go to the Ottawa River Freeze with the vendors on and stuff? I did. That one's fun. I know they haven't been able to run it. There's been a few times in the past few years where they haven't been able to run it just because it hasn't gotten cold enough for them to be able to, like, actually, like, install anything. Like, to be able to safely have stuff on ice. It is fun. The only thing is I would not recommend it for, like, beginner skaters. So, like, if you're good at skating, if you've been skating for a long time, it's fine. But because it is, like, a natural outdoor one, like, but you said you've skated on lakes, so you'd probably be fine. But yeah, I wouldn't recommend it to people who are, like, beginners at skating because it is a little uneven just by nature of being outside. I think that's the other reason. I think a lot of times as a kid we were discouraged from skating on, like, ponds and stuff was partly because it could freeze and you could fall in, but also the second problem of, like, natural ice is, like, really uneven. So if you're, like, a small child learning to skate, usually they recommend you start on, like, an indoor arena because those are, like, perfectly flat sheets of ice. What? Did we just get AFK'd? Again? Look, Mahjong Soul, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. 31422. Room is still open? You could come back? Wait, really? Hold on. Let me... Oh god, I'm gonna have to unpin that. Hold on. Mods, can you unpin that? Can you unpin it? What was the old code? Hold on, what was the old code? What was the old code? I'm looking for the old code. 70512. Okay. 70512. Watch it tell me I can't join. Oh, wait, okay, I guess I can join. I'm ready. Lurker, unfortunately, you have now been tasked with once it fills up, you have to stay in here until it fills up, and you have to be the one to press ready. Since I've been kicked out of my own room. I am paying the rent here on this Mahjong Soul room, and yet I'm being evicted from my own house. Unbelievable. Yeah. Easy to fix warm water, throw it on to melt the bumps. Yeah, but you're gonna if you're already concerned about whether the ice is thick enough, are you really gonna throw warm water on it? I don't know. I did go skating on, like, natural ice a few times as a kid, but usually it was when I would go to visit my mom's family in Quebec. Because, like, they lived near a place that was, like, you know, had big, thick ice. Big, thick ice that you could skate on. Or if I leave your host again. Whatever is required so that we can play jong, you know? But yeah. Whenever I set up an outdoor skating rink, it usually didn't get cold enough. I know the people across the street, like, we had some neighbors across the street that would have, like, a very small skating rink, because their sons both played hockey. But it wasn't really, like, a skating rink. Like it was like big enough. They mostly set it up with the intention of like being able to practice shooting pucks at the net. It wasn't like a very big one. It wasn't like one where you would do like laps around. I did go to other outdoor ones. Like usually there was like a public park that would set up like a skating rink. I would go there. There was one place that was like this like little mini kids theme park, but in the winter they would essentially have like, they would turn like a lot of the walking paths into like a skating rink, which was nice. But yeah. 2 people are required. We need 2 more genres. I fell through a couple times, no big deal. I don't know. Maybe it's colder here, so they were concerned about, like, hypothermia. Yeah, rollerblading was like a weekly activity for us as kids, so ice skating is pretty easy. Yeah, I think rollerblading... There we go, 2 people showed up. Lurker, can you get us going? Can you get us going? Since you are the one holding all the power now. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think I did a lot of rollerblading. We did do some roller skating. Like, there was like a roller rink once that was like not far from my school. And we went there to go roller skating. I don't know, I was worse at roller skating than I was at regular skating though. But that might just be like skill issue or just practice issue. But yeah. It's usually later in the season we push our luck. It usually got cold enough for us to drive like ATVs on. Don't get your ATVs in the water. They're gonna freeze. I don't know. I guess I just assumed that if I ever fell through the ice, I would just like lose all my limbs or die instantly or of hypothermia or something. That was like a huge thing actually in first aid training, was like, what do you do? Like, how do you treat somebody who has like hypothermia or somebody who like fell through the ice? Which I can't imagine was like universally a thing that they teach you in first aid. Instant ice block. Yeah. It's like when you're like playing a game and someone shoots like some like enemy shoots like some kind of ice beam at you and you just turn into a block of ice. Yeah. Sorry, I can't rollerblade, only ice skate. Honestly, unironically, yes. I think my sister bought some roller skates a few years ago. I don't know if she's used them that much. I mean, roller skating looks fun. It's just that like sidewalks are uneven. I think I would fall over. Skewy. Yeah, Ice Water Rescue's window is 90 minutes. I don't know. I always assumed like it was like, because like they spent so much time thinking about like, okay, you have to like warm people up gradually. What do I remember from first aid? It was like, okay, you gotta take them somewhere warm. Remove, if they have like wet clothes, you have to like remove that and maybe like give them something dry to wear. Don't give people alcohol if they are experiencing hypothermia. I remember that. Which was like a thing, which was kind of funny because I feel like a lot of the examples that they gave for like situations where somebody might fall through the ice, it was all like children. So it's like, yeah, I think you should probably not be giving them alcohol regardless. But yeah, don't give people alcohol if they are experiencing hypothermia. And warm them up gradually. Don't like put them in like a hot bath or something. Like, yeah, otherwise it will like, because even I've experienced that in like a lesser way where like I've like had really cold hands and then I come back into the house and then I like wash my hands with hot water and it hurts so bad. So yeah, I guess like that. Yeah. In a cartoon, when they pull someone out of a frozen lake, they come out as a perfectly rectangular block. Yeah, yeah. In the water, ironically, is the safest place if you're wet. The wind is that sucks the heat away from you. I mean, yeah, but like, you can only be in the water for like... Hold on. What if my child's going through hypothermia and alcohol withdrawal at the same time? Alcohol brings your blood vessels closer to the skin, that's why you get red looking when you drink, so it takes heat away. Yeah, I was told that the other reason was that, like, alcohol, sometimes when you drink it, it makes you feel kind of warm. Like, it has kind of like a warming feeling, but you aren't actually getting warmer, you just feel that way. So it can kind of, like, unintentionally, like, it kind of tricks people into thinking that they're warmer than they actually are. So they might be like, oh yeah, I'm fine, but then, like, they're not, like, actually warm enough, they just think they are. Yeah, don't get out of the water without a plan and take a second and plan. Might be difficult to do when our hypothetical child is drowning, but... Because I know that was the other thing I was always told too, was like, it's important to know how to swim, but like if you fall out of the boat into the ocean, like if you're on a boat and you fall into the ocean, like hypothermia is likely to be like a more... like a bigger thing to worry about than drowning. But yeah, no, I think I've never fallen through the water, and I don't think I've known anybody else who did. Yeah, fishermen get soaked by a wig wave, they will have to get stripped immediately. Well, it's more like, I guess, isn't it like also like shock was like a thing? Like, I know that was a thing that they talked a lot about, was like shock. So like if you fall in the water, it's like, it's not just that, like, whether you can swim or not, it's also just, like, will the cold water cause you to go into shock or something, in which case you wouldn't really be able to swim very well. I'm always ready. I got extra clothes in my car for winter, a reflective blanket for heat, get naked in dry cloths. I'm making terrible glaze today. Yeah, water can transfer a lot of heat or cold in a very short time, which is the key issue with it. Ah, okay. I don't know, I probably need to get my first aid updated, because I haven't done it since, like, 2018, I think. It's definitely expired. They probably added new things since then. Like, I remember the last time I took it. I know they changed... They changed, like, the, mouth-to-mouth, right? Like, they don't recommend mouth-to-mouth anymore, do they? Isn't it, like, just chest compressions for CPR? I think they changed something with that. And I know they also changed something with, I know they sometimes have to make updates as well for stuff like, like, I guess if there's any big breakthroughs in, like, EpiPen technology or something, or if they change the way that they usually work. Yeah. Yeah, no mouth-to-mouth works. Because I remember hearing, like, from people who have taken first aid courses more recently that they're like, yeah, they don't tell you to do mouth-to-mouth anymore, they show you how to do the compressions, and they only recommend compressions. Which, I mean, I guess if it's just compressions and, like, the risk of, like, maybe that was, like, a COVID, like, a thing that we thought to do because COVID happened. It seems to be like a COVID, probably, related thing. Like, I guess there's less likely to have, like, disease transmission if you're not doing mouth-to-mouth. Yeah, the key is, if done well, chest compressions are sufficient, because if it gets to that point, every second counts. Okay, so it's more like the breaths are just kind of redundant. Like, they don't actually have, like, a big effect. Like, it's just kind of, like, more risk for no good reason. I know there was, like, also big changes for the For like, what's it called when people are choking? What was it called when people are choking? I think there's changes in that too. Heimlich maneuver. I seem to remember that one being different, but I don't remember how, because I don't remember. The first time I took first aid, I think I was in high school. And then the second time I took it, I was after high school. I don't remember the one that I took in high school very well, though. COVID seems like a small concern if you're actively dying. Well, it's more just like maybe it was like a thing that, like, you know, there are new circumstances and now we're rethinking, like, if we really need to be breathing directly into each other's lungs kind of thing, you know? I know adults and babies are different. Yeah, I think one of the things that kept throwing me off during first aid courses is that the definition of child is, like, not particularly broad. Because usually I think of a child and I think of, like, you know, a person under the age of 13. But, like, when they say child in first aid courses, they mean, like, an infant. Like, they mean, like, somebody who, you know, probably doesn't know how to speak yet, kind of thing. Like, you know, like someone under the age of, like, 2. What else do I remember? I don't know. One thing I think that maybe they might have added since then, because I know I dealt with this a lot during, like, when I was working at day camps, is that there was a lot of, like, kind of mental health emergencies that we would deal with on a pretty regular basis. But I don't think the first aid courses ever told us how to deal with that. So it's things like how to deal with somebody who's having a panic attack kind of thing. Where I'm like, maybe they've added that to first aid courses since then, but it was something that I don't remember ever being taught, but running into, like, really often at camps and just having to, like, delegate that task to somebody else because I just didn't know what to do. Like, I didn't know what I was doing. I remember the first aid for removing a fish hook. I don't fish. I don't know. I remember, like, in elementary school, we had this whole presentation about what to do if someone dislocates their shoulder. Like, how to make, like, the sling and stuff. Like, I don't know why. I don't know how often they thought we would all be dislocating our shoulders. I guess it's, like, not an uncommon injury. Maybe it's because I didn't do sports. Maybe that's why. Like, I'm like, how often do people dislocate their shoulders? I'm sure there's gonna be someone who plays, like, baseball or something, and they're like, oh, all the time. Yeah. The move away from rescue breath started before COVID. It was starting to change back in 2017. It's both cultural and medical. It's hard to muster up courage to put your mouth on a stranger, and also a case where people panic and blow so hard they just blow air into the stomach and make things worse, but also compressions are much more important. Ah, okay. So it's just like one of those things where it's like, people are more likely to screw this up and there's not that much benefit to it. That makes sense. Yeah, I feel a bit sorry for the kids having panic attacks, which with that, did it get more common? I think it did. I don't know what, I mean, there's probably all sorts of theories about what happened between 2016 and 2017. Sometimes I feel like summer of 2016, in terms of, like, day camp behavior, was, like, the last normal year. I think there was definitely some kind of generational shift between, like, I don't know 2017, because I was in school for 2017, so I wasn't working that much, so I didn't really see what was going on. But I think between, like, somewhere between 2016 and 2018, there was, like, some big generational shift, and just, like, the newer generation were just, like, notably worse off when it came to, like, mental health stuff. Yeah, last I heard about panic attacks and match their energy and slowly bring them down. Usually, isn't there, like, the thing, I don't know if this actually works, but I was always told, like, you know, like, ask them, like, you know, name, like, 7 things you can see, or, like, 3 things you can hear, or, like, 2 things you can feel. I don't know if that actually works, and I know it's one of those things that might be different for everybody, which is why parents should fill out the health form. Please fill out the health form. My God, fill out the health form. I'm begging you to fill out the health form. So many situations we could have avoided if somebody would have just filled out the health form. Yeah. Panic attack treatment is called grounding, is why you need to ask to make observations. Okay, yeah, so it was that. That is, like, the method. That is the proper method that we are instructed to use. Wahoo! Yahoo! Okay, well, oh. Okay, it's the same thing no matter what I do, so.
楽しみ
How old were these kids again? Roughly? So it was a pretty big age range. I think the youngest that our camps ran for were 5 years old, although there might have been like some 4-year-olds in there with like late birthdays. Or early birthdays or something. And then the oldest kids, we ran camps for kids up to like 16. But most weeks usually 12 or 13 was like the cutoff. So, yeah. That was... There was also some kids I think we kind of had all the way through.
ドンピシャですね
Like, it's so weird to think of, like, the kids that went to camp when I was working there were, like, they're now old enough, they're probably, like, either in university or, like, getting ready to go to university. Like, somebody who would have been 10 in, like, 2016. Oh god, they're already in university! A kid that would have been 10 in 2016 would have been, they're gonna be 20 years old next year. What? What? Huh? Sorry, check off passage of time on your bingo. Sorry about that. Parents could be like, 13-year-old boy was with his aunt and was making threats to commit self-harm, and she gave him no medical history, so we're talking to the kid trying to calm him down. I don't know why it struck me to check his blood sugar. He was diabetic and low on sugar, so his brain was fried, so we gave him orange juice and he was fine. Thanks for nothing. Oh yeah, I mean, okay, in my experience, usually when parents wouldn't fill out the forms, I feel like kids who had,
G
when it was like a physical disability, I feel like parents were usually pretty good about filling out the form. But I think it was for other disabilities where it's like not as immediately obvious, right?
あと
Because like I know there have been cases where like I think some of it too is like there was definitely some cases where like the parents didn't fill out the form because it's like the kids were, you know, they would go to school, they would have supports at school, and usually the supports at school were enough and the parents kind of took them for granted. So sometimes we get situations where we'd have like huge issues and then we'd like ask the parents about it and they'd be like, oh yeah, by the way, like, trying to think of like different ones that we ran into. We had one parent who chose to tell us on Friday morning of a 5-day, you know, weekday camp, on Friday morning that was just like, oh, by the way, my child has like a severe anxiety disorder and has been like having panic attacks all week, which we did not know because presumably if they were doing this, they were like having them off somewhere private. We straight up did not know this. And it's like, you did not tell us earlier? You did not tell us this before Friday morning? What else? We had another kid who, again, this was like another thing where there was like a huge incident and then we told the parents and they were like, oh yeah. Anyway, so there was this one girl who had, I don't know exactly what the like specific like issue she had was, but she had a tendency when she was like in a stressful situation to just run. Like she would just like, her first instinct would just be to like take off and just run in any direction. She was older. She was like probably like 9 or 10. So it was an older kid. So she could get a lot further away is what I'm saying. But she would just, so at one point there was one time where like, I wasn't there, but my friend was telling me about it, where it was like, yeah, like she just got overwhelmed by something one day and she just like bolted out the door and nobody knew where she was. Like she ran off the property and she just like, and again, it was one of those things where like the parents were aware this was like a consistent issue. I think even like, I think the police had her on, like, some kind of file as, like, you know, a child that goes missing often just because she just, like, runs away and then she would get reported as missing. So yeah, like, she would just Zoom. And yeah, we didn't know about this until the parents chose to tell us this after. And they're like, oh yeah, in this situation you should do this. And like, and we're like, that's something that should go on the health form. That should go on the health form. I think every parent should fill out the health form, regardless if their child has any conditions or not. Because there's also a lot of times where it's like, there are kids where, like, you know, medically, you know, in terms of physical and mental health, there's nothing wrong with them, but, you know, they just have, like, strong preferences for something or another. Like, even just, like, having an idea of, like, what is this kid about before they show up on the first day of camp, you know? Because a lot of the health forms, some of it was like, okay, what they can and can't eat, or if they need any medications and at what time they need to be administered, or like, you know, are there things they can and can't do? But then there was also things like, oh, these are the things they like. These are the things that, you know, might stress them out. Or, you know, if they're stressed, these are the things that help them calm down. I think that would be useful information to have about, like, any of the kids at all. Again, I just think the health form should be something that everybody should fill out, no matter what. The 2017 cohort was like the one born between 2001 to 2005, got hit by war and terror, 2008 economic crash, full burn to social media. Yeah, I think that was, I mean, I guess the social media thing was probably one bigger difference. Because I feel like you're right, like, I guess the kids that were born, like the kids that were probably going to camp in like 2016 were probably closer in age to me, because I was like still a teenager at the time, right? So I guess they would have been closer in age to me, so probably their experience with social media would have been more similar. Like, you know, they wouldn't have had it until they were a bit older. Like, it's not like they were, like, already born with an Instagram account kind of thing, you know? To be fair, I think my parents made me an email address when I was born, so I was kind of born with an email address, but I don't know. When I was a kid, I used to think that email addresses were like, you know how, like, when you're born, you automatically get, like, a social security number, or, like, you automatically get, like, a whole bunch of, like, documentation and numbers? I assumed it was like that with an email address. Like, I was like, yeah, you're born, you have, like, a phone number and a home address, and you just have an email address. I didn't even realize that was, like, a thing you had to make on purpose. Alright. Congrats to Punk Asian. Thank you for playing Onyx and Lurker. Thank you for pressing the button, Lurker. I think this will be that's enough jong for today. It's enough jong. We've jonged enough. Let's leave the room on purpose. Yeah. I stopped thinking I had ADD when they put me in harder classes and concluded I was just bored. I don't know. We also had this was also very common with the younger kids, because for a lot of like mental health stuff, you can't make a diagnosis, like an official diagnosis, until a certain age. So there's like a lot of situations too where they would be kids where their parents wouldn't mark down any health conditions on their form, but it was mostly just because it was like, oh yeah, like we've talked to a bunch of like teachers and doctors and we think they have this, but like they're only like 5, so they can't officially like have it on the record yet. But again, I feel like that also should be on the health form. Should also be on the health form. But yeah, no, I don't think the kids who I was working with at camp, like they had definitely grown up with smartphones, because like a kid who was 10 years old in 2016 would have been born in 2006, so that's like a year before the iPhone. So like definitely by the time they were old enough to figure out, like, you know, by the time they were old enough to understand the world around them in some capacity, like people already had smartphones, right? Like that would be like, you know, 2011, 2012, like they knew what a smartphone was. Whether they had one was different. I feel like at that point, a smartphone was still like a thing that like your parents would have. Like a lot of kids probably had unsupervised internet access, but like the smartphone was like not something that was, you know, maybe you had like an iPod Touch or something, but like it wasn't like to the same degree that like probably kids a few years later did. But yeah, that was I don't know. Working with children is difficult. We should pay people who work with children way more money. I've had parents that just wait until the kids get into an incident and then call into the supervisor's office to mention any potential health risks. That was also my experience. That was my experience. This should have been on the health form. You should have put this on the health form. You shouldn't have to wait for an incident to happen to put this on the health form. Summer camp is a very different atmosphere, very different vibe than school. I think that was also another thing. I think there was probably a number of parents who assume like, oh, my kid goes to school, but they're fine there. And they just kind of underestimate that like summer camp it's similar to school in some ways, but very different in other ways. So yeah, I think that was, yeah. Real ones use the internet browser on the PSP. There's probably a non-trivial number of kids who probably was using it on their 3DS. Yeah. But yeah, I think like, I don't know, 2018, 2019, I felt like it was like a very different atmosphere. But I think it was also too, like, it was a mix of like the children were different, but I think also the circumstances were different. Like, I think those years we had way less staff. We just had less to work with, I think. So it was like a mix of like the children are more difficult and we don't have the same ways of dealing with things that we did before, you know? Didn't have a good experience. I was undiagnosed, unmedicated child. It was not okay. They should have put it on the health form. No. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, when you have incidents like that, it's one of those things where it's like, it's unfortunate for everybody because the kid is having a bad time, and then the parents are also having a bad time because the kids are having a bad time, and then we're having a bad time because the parents are giving us a bad time because their kid had a bad time. Like, it's just like, just general bad time all around for everybody. But yeah, that was my experience working at camps. This was back in 2003. They didn't know about childhood mental Illinois. Mental Illinois. Mental Illinois! Mental Illinois. Alright. I think it is raid o'clock. It is raid o'clock. It is 3:45, which I think is a good time for raiding. Let's see. Mentally Illinois in Illinois. Chicago illness. Chicago illness. The city of Chicago in the state of illness. Alright. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for being here. I will be back tomorrow. I think I put Ocarina tomorrow. Ocarina tomorrow. Zelda tomorrow. Zelda tomorrow. Zelda tomorrow. We'll be Zelding. We'll Zeld. We will do some Zelding tomorrow. But yeah, this was Zhanging. But yeah, no, I'm sorry that there's fewer streams this week. I just have many things to do and one less day to do them. So, that is what's going on. Yeah, I taught an after-school program once. It was hard even with partners. Yeah, well, it's like when school is very structured, right? There's a lot of structure and a lot of expectations. Which camp doesn't, which on one hand can be more relaxed for children, but on the other hand also means that like you have to figure out how to like keep a group of children from falling apart when there's like no structure and no goal, right? I don't know. I remember like I had one, like the director for the camp, I remember, approached me several times because she's like, you know, the children need to have like more like free-form play time, and I'm like, every time we try to have free-form play time, the entire group falls apart. Like the volume of the room goes up like tenfold. Like, we do need to have some structure to this. Like, and even too, like behavior-wise, there's been times where like if you give a bunch of kids a goal to work towards, they will just like behavior quality goes up like 80%. I remember there was one week where we had like a difficult group of kids, and then like on Tuesday we're like, you know what? We're gonna put on a play. We're gonna put on a play to like show to your parents, and then like the behavior of the entire group just like improved like tenfold. By the time like when we suggested that, it was like, yeah, if you have a group, if you have something to like work towards, then I guess the group will stick together better. Alright. Who can we raid? Who's on? Kaji is on. Aira is on. Ocker is on. Oh, okay. I know who we can raid. Somebody in my follows is playing Mahjong Soul. There we go. It's the chicken! It's the chicken! Okay, so we're gonna raid Courier. Raid. Oh wait, no, that's one word. There we go. Alright, we're gonna raid Courier. He is a chicken. And he's also Zhongin. He's also Zhongin. I don't know if he's doing ranked or if he's doing it with chat, but he's Zhongin. So, we're just gonna do... Let's just do egg raid, because we're raiding into chicken. Chicken. Egg raid. Because I am egg. I am egg. So yeah, I will be back tomorrow. I will Zeld. And I think at the end of the week I will be singing, probably. And that's all I got. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being nice and good. Thank you for putting up with my disconnects. And look at my cool end card. Thank you. Bye-bye.